I'm coming to you today from Ghana land, so please feel free to put into the chat the names of the traditional owners of the land on which you are today. Now, we have three presentations, and hopefully we have time for questions at the end. And in this session, we're going to wait until all three presentations are complete before answering any questions. But please, as they come to mind, feel free to put them in the chat or the Q&A. All right, we'll go straight into our first wonderful presenter today, and that is Olivia Tomakis. And she is coming to us today from the United States, where she is a PhD student in English and creative writing at the University of Rhode Island. Her research centers blindness in poetry, and her creative work explores her experience with cancer and sight loss. In May 2024, Olivia published a chapbook of poems titled Love and Other Cancers. And in 2022, her poem, What You Wish For, won the Grierson Verse Prize. She is co-editor of 2 anthologies from Forest Publishing and managing editor of 1 book of translation. When I was reviewing Olivia's website, oliviatomakis.com, one work stood out for me as a musician myself. I really enjoyed the poem Whole Rest, so please check out her website if you can. Please welcome Olivia, presenting The Disabled Right to Opacity.
Kim, thank you so much for that really kind introduction. I'm sharing my screen now. I'm sharing my presentation. Is everything good? Okay, thank you. My name is Olivia Tomakis, and I am a PhD student in English and Creative Writing at the University of Rhode Island in the United States. I will be presenting my paper, The Disabled Right to Opacity, and sharing a few slides to accompany my reading. My title slide background is a painting by Thomas Zagorros titled Remembered Landscape 26. It reveals a large purple and gray clouded sky reflecting on a bit of dark water and wet sand beach at the bottom in a blocky and abstract style. This painter lost most of his vision later in life due to macular degeneration. It's very common for people with blindness to get the question, "But what do you see?" That person may try to explain their vision using sighted language, offering explanations like white fuzz, black spots, or tunnel vision. However, these descriptions are limiting and force the speaker to reveal intimate information about their experience that isn't necessary for interacting with them as a person. I have on my next slide some photos of Edward Glissant, the main theorist I'll be referencing in this paper, as well as the title of his writing, Poetics of Relation. In this text, Glissant says people have a right to opacity, and that Western tradition's requirement for transparency is in opposition to true relation, a concept he defines as what the world makes and expresses of itself, which I have defined on the next slide. Glissant defends the opacity of language and of a person's right to share or not share about their community. Glissant's argument holds relevance in the disabled community today. In this presentation, I'll discuss part of Glissant's argument regarding opacity and why it applies to conversations in disability studies using examples from Euro-American-based writers. Glissant writes extensively in Poetics of Relation on transparency and opacity. It's important for me to note that his text is a specific delve into the construct of racism surrounding colonizing beliefs. Glissant looks deep into history and language to challenge the way the West has defined identity, culture, and history. His text offers relation and interconnectedness in contrast to isolating and limiting Western binaries. When Glissant writes of transparency and opacity, he is asserting that cultures should not have to make themselves transparent to dominating or colonizing forces. He writes, quote, The theory of difference is invaluable. It has allowed us to struggle against the reductive thought that's produced the presumption of racial excellence or superiority. In reading Glissant's investigation of othering implemented by the West, I can see how many of his arguments can be applied to contemporary beliefs around disability. Glissant sees transparency as reductive and opacity as a force against filiation. His request, quote, "Perhaps we need to bring an end to the very notion of a scale, displace all reduction, and agree not merely to the right to difference, but agree also to the right to opacity, that is not enclosure within an impenetrable autarky, but subsistence within an irreducible singularity." Though here Glissant is fighting against distillation of culture, we can understand his argument's validity to individual personhood and lived experience, especially for those with disabilities whose experiences are vastly wide-ranging and intersectional. Glissant aptly writes, quote, "I thus am able to conceive of the opacity of the other for me, without reproach for my opacity for him. To feel in solidarity with him, or to build with him, or to like what he does, it is not necessary for me to grasp him. It is not necessary to try to become the other, nor to make him in my image." One example Glissant uses for his argument supporting opacity is that of language. He explains that language has a natural opacity, an organic inability to be translated or understood due to its close ties with the cultures that produce it. He goes on to express how relationality increases the richness of language and cultural interaction. In connection with Glissant's argument, I will present some examples. The first is on intellectual disability and opacity. In his article, The Limits of Knowing Other Minds, Patrick McKierney examines the ethics of transparency when caring for people with intellectual disabilities. Drawing from his experience as a carer in the UK, he contrasts typical care facilities with the organization L'Arche, which refuses explanatory information about residents. Instead, L'Arche insists that carers relate directly to individuals, allowing them to communicate in their own way. For McKierney, this method resists the assumption that people with intellectual disabilities cannot be understood without mediation, and affirms them as communicators in their own right. McKierney situates his argument within anthropological debates about opacity doctrines, particularly among the Urapmin of Papua New Guinea, who forbid speaking about others' interior states to protect dignity and privacy. He contrasts this with British cultural norms, where communication is often framed as transparency, promising, apologizing, and sharing one's feelings openly. By focusing on people considered most in need of being, quote, known, McKierney exposes the limits and ethical problems of Western assumptions about communication. Knowing another, he argues, is always relational and culturally situated rather than neutral or universal. My next example highlights blindness and opacity. Both terms derive from sight, what can and cannot be seen or known. This metaphor reinforces a Western association of vision with knowledge, often limiting disabled people's personhood. To counter this, the lives and works of Dr. Eleanor Gertrude Brown, Helen Keller, and Thomas Seguros illustrate different negotiations of opacity and transparency. Dr. Brown, a blind poet and teacher, published a poetry collection titled Into the Light. I have some excerpts from her work on this slide. Her poetry is joyful, relational, and often addressed directly to the reader, initially withholding mention of her blindness. Only after many happy and uplifting poems does she reveal the struggles with her inability to see, such as in the poem Fettered, where she describes tracing a daisy by touch, or Your Hand in Mine, in which she encourages herself to persevere as long as she has a companion to hold on to. I'll read the quote from Fettered. "I could not see the daisy I had found, yet I was glad I did not need to see. I traced its petals with my fingertips, and so through touch I made it part of me." And from Your Hand in Mine, I can make dreams come true and dream again. I can press onward, sightless on my way. I can find joy in humblest service done. I can transmute my night to glorious day, your hand in mine. Into the Light is a perfect example of how Brown has embraced opacity to support her individual personhood. In contrast to the Western desire for transparency of the disabled body and mind, Brown offers a different perspective on her life and identity, that of a friend, a gardener, a Christian, and a lover of community. Helen Keller, on the other hand, was denied such opacity, as M. Leona Godin argues in Their Plant Eyes. Keller's writing was confined by publishers to inspirational autobiography, preventing her from fully engaging with political and philosophical issues. While Keller longed to discuss social questions, her disability was commodified into a kind of inspiration porn, producing a false sense of transparency while restricting her intellectual authority. Godin highlights key quotes from Keller's lesser-known second book, The World I Live in which she writes, quote, "But while other self-recording creatures are permitted at least to seem to change the subject, apparently nobody cares what I think of the tariff, the conservation of our natural resources, or the conflicts which revolve around the name of Dreyfus." Finally, painter Thomas Seguros, who lost vision later in life, shifted his landscape paintings toward abstraction. For the last 20 years of his painting career, Seguros worked on a series of paintings called Remembered Landscapes. The three paintings on my next slide are his work from the Vision of Art project, chronicling in the intersection of macular degeneration and the arts website. The titles of his paintings do not point to any particular experience of vision loss. However, the posthumous display of his work on a disability-focused platform raises questions about whether his own embrace of opacity has been respected in his death. My final example will touch on deafness and opacity. In Poetics of Relation, Glissant tells the story of a boy who refuses to speak, describing his silence as a rejection of the shallow noise and false privileges of society. When Glissant gestures to him and finally receives a faint reply, this exchange becomes a shared, quote, sign language that gestures toward opacity, communication that resists full transparency. This emphasis on silence, gesture, and the limits of language resonates strongly with Raymond Antrobus's poetry, which similarly grapples with what can and cannot be communicated. In his poetry collection, The Perseverance, Antrobus explores his identity as a deaf and Jamaican British poet, while also giving voice to others in the capital D deaf and lowercase d deaf community, which he explains as those immersed in deaf community versus those who are impaired by deafness but mostly integrate with the hearing community. His poem, Conversation with the Art Teacher, a translation attempt, dramatizes the difficulty of translating sign into written English. I will read the excerpt from this poem that's on the current slide. Shit and good my education. Hearing teachers not see potential. This my confusion life. 90s hearing teachers not think I can become artist because of deafness, but funny thing, deaf girl does GSCE art in 6 months and go on to get degree. I have proved many wrongs. I am costume designer, teacher, artist. Wait, you write down what I say, how? You know BSL has no English grammar structure. How you write me when I am visual, me, into fashion, expression in color. How will someone reading this see my feeling? Though it is ethically questionable to write about the experience of another, especially in the first person, Antrobus repeatedly distances himself from the art teacher and instead allows the reader to understand his perspective as both a community insider and outsider by using the title of the poem as context and by italicizing the full text of the poem. Antrobus further emphasizes opacity by including illustrations of signs in his book without translation, requiring readers to sit with the limits of their understanding. The only sign both described and depicted is in a poem where the narrative works to explain a mistranslation, one that is fatal for a young sign language user. In the poem, Antrobus says the signed word translating to alive looks similar to two guns being pointed in the air. And in the poem Two Guns in the Sky for Daniel Harris, he mixes knowledge of sign as a present tense language with the story of Daniel Harris's murder by a police officer, noting that the past tense is not relevant, quote, in Daniel's language. Antrobus's poem is a reckoning with loss, communal grief, and recognition of how miscommunication can be fatal, pointing to the importance of sharing his knowledge of sign through his poetry. I have the images of signs from the book on the current slide. Throughout his collection, Antrobus affirms Glissant's claim that poetry can hold multiple languages in relation, without reducing them to a single truth. By balancing transparency with opacity, he preserves both his own personhood and that of his community. To conclude, Edward Glissant's Poetics of Relation presents an argument that starts in Martinique, but travels across time and space to criticize Western approaches in the modern day. The West would assert that linearity and transparency are absolute truths, but as Glissant writes, quote, there are limits to absolute truth. In contrast, his theory of relation allows the full spectrum of human experience to work in connection with each other by recognizing the unique qualities of every individual and culture. In order for people in the disabled community to maintain their personhood and be provided the respect they deserve as equal adults in society, it is necessary to recognize the relevance of Glissant's argument today. Quote, this same opacity is also the force that drives every community, the thing that would bring us together forever and make us permanently distinctive. Widespread consent to specific opacities is the most straightforward equivalent of non-barbarism. We clamor for the right to opacity for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Lots to think about there. And I also want to acknowledge our Auslan interpreters, Brooke and Therese, for the fantastic job that they're doing this morning as well. So moving right on to our second presentation now from Caitlin. Now, Caitlin McGregor is a writer, illustrator, and graduate researcher. Their work has been published widely, including in Meanjin, Sydney Review of Books, Kill Your Darlings, Australian Book Review, and Someone Like Me, an anthology of non-fiction by autistic writers. They were the winner of the very prestigious Kill Your Darlings Creative Writing Non-Fiction Prize in 2022, and the illustrator for the debut issue of Sunder Poetry Journal in 2023. Caitlin is currently undertaking a PhD in creative writing at the University of Melbourne, where their research focuses on creative critical writing as bad methodology. They live on unceded Dja Dja Wurrung country, so please welcome Caitlin presenting Would You Still Read Me If I Was a Worm? Pain and Critical Decomposition.
Thank you so much, Kim. Can everyone hear me okay? Awesome, thank you. I'm just going to share a slide. Is that visible? Can people? Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm so excited to be here. I don't think that I have responded so quickly to a call out for papers in my life. I'm just like so stoked that this symposium is happening. So thank you so much for everyone who's making it possible. I am on Dja Dja Wurrung country, which is unceded, always was, always will be Aboriginal lands. This is where I live and mostly where I work. Today, I'm going to be spending this time talking about a chapter from my PhD thesis that is very much in progress. And I'm not saying that to sort of be like, oh, you know, it's not very good, bear with me. It's kind of, I'm trying to flag it because if you're looking for some kind of like cohesive arguments, it's not you. If you're not finding it, it's just that I haven't arrived at it yet. So I really appreciate this opportunity to think through these ideas in front of and with you. So the slide that is currently up on the screen has the title, Would You Still Read Me If I Was a Worm? Pain and Critical Decomposition, and my name, Caitlin McGregor. And to the right, there's a photo of a square that has been needle felted brown with a needle felted worm on it, which is a thing that I made. So just to give a little bit of context to my research in general, as Kim mentioned, my research is trying to theorize and enact what I call creative critical writing as a MAD methodology. And this comes as a response to questions from within and from communities adjacent to MAD studies around whether or not the radical and community-based roots of MAD praxis and MAD knowledge can or should be in university setting, and what does that do to the radicality of madness and mad ideas and mad knowledge and mad community and mad praxis. So Richard Ingram, who is a scholar who is credited with coining the concept of mad studies, the term mad studies, suggests that in order to enter the university, mad studies would have to practice sly normality. And I'm really interested in this idea of slyness. And I guess what I'm trying to do with my thesis is suggest that maybe creative writing is a way to sort of smuggle in some of the more radical ideas from mad studies into the university under the guise of kind of like, I'm just being creative. So that's sort of that's where my research is situated. It's very much influenced by the work of Lamar Jarrell Bruce. Also, just as a quick aside, I really love when these little like, what do you call, chance connections, there's a better word for it, but I'm sitting listening, Olivia, to your presentation, and I'm looking at this drawing I have of Edouard Glissant, who is also like a really big theorist in my work. So I thought that was like a nice little connection. But I'm not talking about this one today, so I digress. And I'm going to read what I've got on the slide, which is a quote from Lamar Jarrell Bruce's book, How to Go Mad Without Losing Your Mind. As I propose and practice it, MAD methodology is a mad ensemble, there's something in the way, mad ensemble of epistemological modes, political praxes, interpretive techniques, affective dispositions, existential orientations, and ways of life. MAD methodology seeks, follows, and rides the unruly movements of madness. It reads and hears idioms of madness, those purported rants, raves, rambles, outbursts, mumbles, stammers, slurs, gibberish sounds, and unseemly silences that defy the grammars of reason. So I'm really interested in work that is taking mad knowledges and mad expression and mad ways of communicating seriously as sources of expertise and important knowledge. So then creative critical writing is my sort of form. And I'm going to read from this next slide, which is a quote from Stephanie Markadis and Daniel Duke's Introduction to Creative Critical Spaces, which is a special edition of Text Journal that came out last year. Formally experimental, but more than a form, creative critical writing is also an approach, method, and ethics of practice. It asks how the critical, scholarly, exegetical, theoretical might be creative, and how the creative, imaginative, practice, artistic might do critical work. Such experimental and blended approaches are no longer new. Indeed, they are tracking distinct paths and uses in various contexts inside academia and beyond. And so for me, this type of critical writing that is also doing, creative writing that's also doing critical work is a really interesting source of potential mad methodology and mad knowledge and mad praxis. So into like the specific chapter that I want to talk about today, I was thinking a lot about Robert McCruer's work in his book, Crypt Theory, about the composing body and this concept of critical decomposition. he writes about teaching composition, which we don't really do here in Australia, but it's a thing in the US. Composition is in the composition of writing. And he talks about the tension between writing as this messy, embodied process and the institutional pressure to produce a polished, cohesive final product that is the composed piece of writing. And I'm really interested in this idea of composing yourself, composing writing as being about control and being about order, and where that sits alongside questions of disability and madness. So I'm really interested in this idea of McCrua's of decomposition, and I'm going to read another quote that's up on the slide. I contend that recentering our attention on the composing bodies in our classrooms and inaugurate, what have I done here? This doesn't make sense. A productive process of decomposition. That is, a process that provides an ongoing critique of both the corporate processes into which we, as students and teachers of composition, are interpolated, and the concomitant disciplinary compulsion to produce only disembodied, efficient writers. Most importantly, I make the somewhat polemical claim that bringing back in composing bodies means inevitably placing queer theory and disability studies at the center of composition theory. I apologize for the first scrambled bit, but that's my bad slide making, but hopefully this kind of makes some sense. So where I come in with my thinking and work into this is I'm really interested in taking this idea of decomposition and thinking about the potential significance of the fact that to decompose also means to decay or to break down. And it calls to mind for me compost, which very interestingly, in my opinion, shares an etymological root with compose. And so there's already a breakdown, if you will, of the clear binary between composition and decomposition. And for me, compost as a term and as a concept is acting as what in my thesis I'm calling a hinge, which comes from, in another chapter, I make the distinction between articulation and explanation. Articulation having a root with art, but also with joints. And so to kind of activate, a hinge is an activation of the relationship between ideas. And explanation sharing an etymological root with a wood plane, as in to flatten. So I'm interested in articulation rather than explanation, which I understand is ironic given what I'm currently trying to do. Anyway, so it's very interesting to me, this kind of complicated relationship between composing something, being controlled and neat, and compost as something that is breaking down. When we're talking about decomposition, we are also sometimes talking about degeneration. When you Google degenerative, the first thing you get is disease, and you get definitions that talk about loss of function. When you Google generative, you get production and reproduction of beings and agriculture, but also of ideas. And interestingly, I just saw this last night, generative also has a definition specifically in the field of linguistics. And I'm going to read that definition just quickly. Denoting an approach to any field of linguistics that involves applying a finite set of rules to linguistic input in order to produce all and only the well-formed items of a language. And I haven't had time to kind of think about the implications of that, but in the context of what I'm saying, some of the language there is really interesting to me. I was also, when thinking about this chapter, thinking a lot about what phenomenology might have to say about madness and disability, and came across Shada Kafai's amazing work on mad phenomenology. And I'm going to read now a quote from her work, Orienting Towards Togetherness, a Mad Phenomenology, from 2024. When we orient back towards ourselves, we engage in tender ceremony. Orienting in this way allows us to make homes in our body minds, even when all the institutions tell us we are expendable, unworthy, and invaluable. This intervention is what Sarah Ahmed names the slant, the deviation that invites us to contemplate a new way of existing and being in the world. Another thought, maybe madness is the slant, the intentional disorientation of and misalignment with sanism, with neurotypicals, with normativity. There are so many of us who occupy and thrive in the slant. So this was kind of the ideas that I was working with this chapter. And then in the midst of working on this chapter, two things happened that disrupted the process in those ideas. And I want to spend the rest of my time talking a little bit about those. one of my methodologies for this thesis is that I'm trying to take disruptions and distractions seriously, which is based on a concept of Lisa Blackman's called embodied hauntology. But the first thing that happened, just checking, yeah, I'm not up to the worms. The first thing, the first disruption was that my chronic pain, which has been a feature of my life since I was 8 or 9, became much worse over the last 12 months. It moved sort of from the background of my life. So it would happen regularly, it was quite intense, but then in between times I wouldn't think about it, to the foreground, and therefore to the foreground of my attention. And I'll come back to pain shortly. But the second is that I was reading an email one day. It was an email from my friend and colleague, Ethan Patrick, who that's like entirely irrelevant to what I want to say, but like, hello, Ethan, shout out to you. But I was halfway through reading that email and I stopped being able to parse the written language of that email. There was nothing wrong with my vision, but I wasn't able to make sense of what the words meant. I tried to read them aloud and I could hear that I sounded a bit like someone learning to read for the first time. I was really struggling to follow the letters and the sounds that they represented. And I could tell that what I was saying was not correct, was not like matching up with what was written, but I couldn't make sense of it. So that was quite scary. And I went and had a lie down and it ended up being temporary. But it did prompt what might be called an identity crisis for me, because I had temporarily lost my ability to parse and use written language, which is an ability that I use to make a living. But it's also one that I associate deeply with what I think of as myself. And I've been thinking a lot about what it will mean if this happens permanently, or if it starts to even just happen more frequently, which is very much possible. So this is for me where the title of my presentation comes in. Would you still read me if I was a worm? And I'm aware that I'm doing the very academic and very autistic thing of taking something that's supposed to be a joke and thinking about it very seriously. But there was this meme and this internet phenomenon a couple of years ago where women were asking their boyfriends, would you still love me if I was a worm, and recording their responses. And I'm interested in this for a few reasons, not least the gendered nature of it, but that's a conversation for another time. But also because to me, what this question is really asking is how far can I get from my current recognizable self and still have the connections and the ability to communicate and be loved that matter to me. There's also a link to compost, obviously, because it's about worms. And there is something about the worm as a figure that links back to previous writing I've done and writing that I'm still trying to do about the category of the human, and what that does and does not contain, and what kind of logics and experiences are exclusive to humanness. And I'm interested in the implications of that for disability and madness. So I'm conscious of time and I'm going to wrap up now, I promise. This was a filler slide. It just says pain in brackets. And then I just thought it couldn't be approved upon, so I've left it as it is. So the aphasia episode where I couldn't read the language was probably a migraine symptom, and as such was temporary. But as a migraine symptom, it was also followed by really intense pain. And this has led me to think about the two sources of my own chronic pain, migraines and endometriosis, and in particular to think more deeply about their potential relation to madness and neurodivergence, especially through their associations with hormones, neurology, and the brain. And I'm wondering at the moment about whether pain is perhaps an example of a site where that Cartesian split that we try so often to resist in disability studies fails in quite an obvious way, and where disability studies concept of the body-mind is particularly useful and apparent. So to conclude, I realized after I had this episode of aphasia that actually Shada Kafai in that earlier mentioned article talks about aphasia too. So I'm going to read a quote. Today, I raked leaves with my uncle. Since his stroke, he has what the medical industrial complex calls aphasia, a naming that limits, that hangs inadequate. After witnessing him, I know aphasia to be more complex than an inability to express speech. My uncle has his own grammar, his own diction. There are fricatives and sounds that are connected to his expressions, his hands. He has become an embodied language. And so I guess where I'm at with this is like nowhere clear, but I'm doing some thinking around what we're oriented towards, the limits of language, how that relates to writing, and how that relates to pain. And my final slide is the evolution of this worm needle felting that I've done. It's now a photo of that same worm needle felting, but I'm adding like little bits of felted compost to it and giving it a kind of like a network. Thank you. That's me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Let's hope for more mad methodology in academia. Well done. All right, well, we'll move straight along to our last presenter for today, who is Dr. Suzanne Hawthorne. Sorry, Susan. And Susan is an author and publisher from Queensland, and her books include a novel, The Falling Woman, Bird and Other Writings on Epilepsy, and Vortex, The Crisis of Patriarchy. She has written numerous articles and poems published in journals and anthologies in Australia and internationally. Her work has been translated into 10 languages, including Arabic, Hungarian, and Tamil, and had literature residencies in Chennai, Rome, and Bursa. Susan has taught creative writing at Victoria University and James Cook University, where she was adjunct professor. In 2017, she was awarded the Penguin Random House Best Achievement in Writing for her advocacy increasing awareness of disability. Presenting today, Writing Epilepsy, The Personal is Political, please welcome Dr. Hawthorne.
Good morning, everybody. It's fantastic to be here. I would just like to acknowledge that I'm living on Juru land in far north Queensland. So I want to begin, if you could put up the first slide, which is Bird. I want to begin with a poem. What is the velocity of a falling body? A body moving through space, sensing neither the relative time nor the relative motion of its fall. How long does a body falling into a seizure take to fall? So I want to begin to briefly by introducing myself. I grew up in rural Australia in the 1950s. This was not a great time to be different. My difference was suffering from epilepsy, and I was told by my mother that no one knew about this distinction. My response was deep silence. Only my mother and the doctor knew, she said. I thought it must be pretty dreadful if that was the case. Somehow I even told myself that my father knew nothing. I wondered for a long time why it could not be spoken about. When I was 14, my mother told me the word epilepsy, explained a few things and gave me a Life magazine article to read. By this time, I had internalized the silence so much that I continued to not speak about it to anyone. I attended a school where a girl I knew, similar in age, who took the same pills, Dilantin, for 4 years. We met in the line each day, and for 4 years we remained silent. Even curiosity did not break the spell. In 1973, I joined a women's liberation consciousness raising group, and there for the first time finally spoke about epilepsy. I shook with fear, expecting my friends to get up and leave the minute they knew about my affliction. Instead, they stayed. They asked questions, and to my amazement, they continued to be friends. My novel, so the next slide, my novel, The Falling Woman, was written between 1982 and 1991. I was part of an informal international movement of feminists writing about disability at a time when it was not an area mainstream publishers saw as having any market. and so such books were rarely published. When I began my novel, I had an autistic character. It took me about a year to realize that my main character did not suffer from autism, but from silence and epilepsy. There's nothing like a secret to make a writer. Having been silenced for so long, I felt the need to speak, and writing was a more effective way to do this, less confronting for me, and with the potential of being heard by a wider audience. Briefly, there are 3 kinds of epilepsy that have affected me. Petit mal, these are my words that have been used throughout my life. I know they've changed. Petit mal, a short loss of consciousness, just a couple of seconds. Grand mal, a complete loss of consciousness. And status epilepticus, in which the seizure does not stop. And the time that I had a status epilepticus, it was the second word I uttered after coming to consciousness, and my partner did not know what it meant. But I thought that was pretty amazing. My way of grasping meaning from what is for me an experience which I cannot experience is to draw on tropes from myth and physics, as can be seen from the quotation above. Physics comes to my rescue with its concept of black holes, into which I feel I have fallen and have no way out. In my novel, The Falling Woman, I make the following comparison. She sank further into unconsciousness, thrashing about in the black hole behind consciousness. When the convulsion had passed, Coral, that's her mother, carried her to the bed where she slept and slept. The sun shone through the window and fell on her face, but Stella did not wake, since darkness held her in. Her muscles no longer moved. She was utterly still, locked in. She could not rise, having no will to rise. The force of unconsciousness pressed upon her. Time did not exist. All memory was gone. Outside, time passed. Hours passed, and she lay there, stirring to neither sound nor light. Then her hand moved, a mountain heaving up through the earth's crust. I continued to write about the process of coming to consciousness, the struggle to find words, to recall my name, to make sense of the world. It was my reckoning with death, that I could be snuffed out like a candle at any time. The question of what is consciousness, what is existence, continues to lie at the centre of much of my writing. I've found the mythic element with daily life, mixing the mythic element with daily life, a useful technique for poetry. The opening poem in Lupa and Lamb, that's the 3rd slide, does this. It was written while on a 6-month literature residency in Rome. So this is from Lupa and Lamb. Descent. The call, that hollow sound of Cumaea. I was here before, thousands of years ago. Your 100 mouths shouting, words frost at the edge of my mouth. Oops. The journey looming, flight into the unknown, descent into the dark thighs of your cave. My hair snake-wreathed, Etruscan Medusa, speaking with 100 voices, the sibilant hiss of prophecy. Seizure grasped, I flail at vanishing memory, bruised, rise from darkness, almost miss the plane. Thanks to friends, I caught the plane that day. I have another poem which is called Unstuck, and it was published in Axon last year. Coming unstuck from the body, mind floating so far, not even string to hold it in place. Mind wanders the universe, rambling between galaxies into a dark, dark darkness with just an edge of purple. It's the purple that brings her mind back to earth, the energy raveling and shining with passion. She returns to the accompaniment of a low bass note, a wave rolling across the earth from a black hole somewhere. Coming unstuck from the body is what happens during a major epileptic seizure. 3 days lost just like that. I have lost many parts of days throughout my life, but just twice had 3 days of what I call underworld existence. I search for images not imbued with Christian imagery and find Eurydice. Orpheus sings as he returns from the dead. Eurydice cries out, "Don't leave me here like this." Eurydice's eyes are dry with fear and anger as darkness closes in on her once again. My silence was not eternal. Eurydice's was. Eurydice is caught in a status epilepticus in which consciousness might be temporarily regained and then the seizure comes yet again. How to write the unwritable, the darkness that cannot be breached by Orpheus, son of Apollo. Can Eurydice ever leave the underworld? In the mythic tradition, it's said that she stood on a viper and died when Aristaeus pursued her, perhaps with intentions of raping her. Ovid suggests that she was dancing with naiads on her wedding day when she accidentally stood on a snake. My underworld is rimmed with a purple horizon, the kind of purple you find at the edge of a black hole, nothingness at its centre. Will I emerge from this state of unconsciousness or continue into a place beyond death? The purple horizon I refer to here is a metaphor arising out of emergence from a seizure, an afterprint on the mind, a visual echo, much like the echo experienced by Eurydice as she falls back into the underworld cleft when abandoned by Orpheus, who ignores the consequences and assumes more importance to his need. The sense of dislocation following a seizure is intense. The recovery can vary from half an hour to several days. It's unpredictable, as comes through in the following poem, which is called Night of the Soul. Sliding to oblivion, fall, crash landing in the shower, shocking to the wakened brain. Light, dark, nothingness, synapses loosened, direction awry, bicycle spread-eagled on the path. How many times can the sinkhole open, seated on the navel of the world, breathing laurel fumes? This chasm, occupied by Pythia, oracular prophecy, a black ram, a seizure for the gods. An abyss, silent, dark, dredging the psyche, lifting to the startling light. That was also published in Axon. And once again, the Pythia appears. She has wrestled with me for 4 years. Pythia is the goddess who sits in the cleft at Delphi. Mythic tropes hold you in their grasp. She is the snake in the research undertaken by Maria Gimbutas and appears also in the final chapter of The Falling Woman, where she wraps her long body around the arms of Estelle like a Cretan arm bracelet. Poetry and fiction have enabled me to explore these experiences which are beyond everyday existence, where most events have some predictability. It's also been a source of creativity, allowing me to represent an occurrence that can range from invisible to spectacularly and flamboyantly visible. Physics has given me the words that enable me to express the otherworldly experience. And how is all of this political? As Robin Morgan said in the early 1970s, the personal is political. And because I came to my understanding of feminism in a time when we women were speaking together and each of us realizing the systemic nature of oppression, the political aspects of epilepsy struck me just as strongly. If you could move to the vortex slide. I realized that the imposed violence was political, that my sense of difference was not just an individual crisis. Consciousness-raising groups enabled many of us to arrange the patterns of our lives into political shapes. I've encountered patronizing attitudes from people unable to empathize or to over-empathize with a poor you approach, a post-seizure state of to onlookers infantilizing the person with epilepsy. But I have given a conference paper an hour after coming to consciousness, luckily not today, and luckily my partner is sensible. I have had water thrown over me in a milk bar. Indeed, there are too many experiences to list here. I do understand that those who happen to be around experience a seizure differently, and concern is normal. I simply want some sensitivity. I also want to be recognised for all the other things I do and not be expected to always confine myself only to writing about epilepsy. I also write about the importance of biodiversity, recognition of lesbians who've been tortured, critiques of war and globalisation, the need to understand more about climate catastrophe that we are experiencing right now, and recently highlighting the danger of AI for writers, artists and publishers. And just briefly to say a little more about Vortex and my section on politics, in the chapter which is called Less Than Perfect, Medical Wars Against People with Disabilities, I have sections: feminism, ruling classes, infantilization, colonization, harm minimization, normalization, erasure, the technology of bodies, and the problem of money and profit, because there are huge profits to be made from people with disability. And finally, I'd just like to say that my mother, my friends, and especially partners have been an important part of me getting by. And the women's liberation movement definitely came to my aid when I'd needed it. I'd like to end by thanking Sue Vanyi, who taught me a great deal about alternative medicine back in the 1970s, and Renata Klein for always being there, even through some very long days of unconsciousness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susan. And thank you for being so open and honest in your presentation today. So we have a bit of time for some questions. Now, I believe Lucy has told me that there are some in the Q&A, but I can't actually see them. So does anyone want to just put their hand up and ask a question? Here we go.
Just my question went into the chat. It was just I found the way those three talks spoke to each other really fascinating, and I'd love to hear any or all of the panelists just briefly respond to any of the other panelists. Yeah, especially around this tension between maybe privacy and community, or opacity and articulation. So yeah.
I might just say a quick word. So in the case of something like epilepsy, where it is mostly invisible, but when it isn't, it's, super, super visible. And it's not always for some people, they get a warning, but for many of us, we get no warning. And so there is no sense of when it might be about to occur, and certainly not the extent of it. So it's a complete contradiction, really, within the actual experience. And I actually wrote an article about this in which I say it is a disability. No, it's not a disability. It is and it isn't. And so I put the arguments for both. And I published that back in 1996 in a feminist anthology called Radically Speaking. So it's something I've been thinking about for a long time. And obviously, Olivia and Caitlin have also been thinking about that. And the issue of pain is very similar. I mean, how do you know the pain of others? Can you? You can see a bodily expression, perhaps, but you can't feel it. You can't be inside the pain. So then that goes back to what Olivia was talking about in terms of opacity and transparency.
Thank you. Olivia, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Susan. It was really interesting to hear about your writing, and it reminded me of the part of the presentation where, I had read about Helen Keller's like frustration at nobody wanting to publish her work if it's not about her disability. And it also reminded me a little bit about, sometimes when you talk to people who like to write and they say, nothing bad enough has happened to me, so I can't be a writer because I have nothing to write about. I don't know if you've heard this before, but I think there is sort of this idea that like trauma feeds writing, and I don't know, you that it's like one of the best subjects for writing, whereas I think that sort of actually comes back to the idea of community. Like writing is a space where we're given a voice, so often that is a reason that we write about sort of our traumatic or secret experiences, like Susan said as well, like because this is the space that we can have and that we can create a community with, even if we're not allowed to talk about certain things. So that was my sort of thought in response to Susan's presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Can I respond to something that's in the chat here? What about writing about good experiences? I would say to this that if I had my time over, would I choose to come back as somebody without epilepsy? No, definitely not. Because I've learnt a lot, and it's enriched my life in weird and wonderful ways. So I would not change that. So I think in a way that is my answer about the good experiences and friendship and support and all of that, insight.
Thank you. Caitlin, did you want to say anything?
I'll just quickly echo all of those connections, and just quickly wanted to say that listening to both Olivia and Susan, there's something about like maybe like an inherent failure of language and an unknown or incommunicability of relating our realities when they're so different from one another, but that we try anyway, like that we write anyway. And I thought, I thought that was like a really profound between Rue's presentation too.
Thank you to all three of you. Now we're right on 11 o'clock, and I can confirm, yes, that the presentations are being recorded and they will be sent out afterwards. Now, we have a 15-minute break, and I want to acknowledge again the Auslan interpreters, Therese and Brooke. Thank you very much. And we'll see everyone back at 11:15 for session 5, which is titled Writing as Community Building. And please, if you have any other questions for any of the presenters this morning, I am sure they won't mind at all you getting in touch with them directly. All right. So thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you at 11:15.
I'll introduce myself. My name is Cameron Rains, and I'm a person who stutters, mainly very mildly these days. I'm delighted to be hosting this session on writing as community building. We have 4 great speakers for this session. I'll introduce them one by one and give each of them 15 minutes to present their work and ideas. I'll set a timer to make sure we don't run too much over the 15-minute allocation. We will take questions at the end of the final presentation, either in the chat, the Q&A, or by raising your hand and speaking. Let's begin with Dr. Christy Denner. Christy is the founder, writer, director at Universe Creation 101 and a researcher and educator. She has essays in the Cordite Literary Review, British Science Fiction Association, and Copyfight, New South Wales Publishing. She was artist in residence for Lawrence Stern Trust and the Australian Literature Board. Her interactive writing has won an Augie and WA Premier's Prize. She was Professor of Cross-Media and Interactive Narratives at the Norwegian Film School, lecturer at Griffith Film School, and has a PhD in Transmedia Practice from Sydney Uni, postgrad dip in Creative Writing, Melbourne Uni, and a degree in Visual and Performing Arts, Monash University. Over to you, Christy.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Cameron. Thank you to Amanda and for organising all of this, and to all of the participants. I'm just setting my clock to make sure that I stick to time and I'll jump straight into it. In the late 1800s, there's a German novelist and playwright, Gustav Freytag, who released his writing manual, which in English is called Freytag's Technique of the Drama, an Exposition of Dramatic Composition and Art. And in it, Freytag talks about how the business of the introduction of the drama is to explain the place and time of the action, the nationality and life relations of the hero. It must at once briefly characterize the environment. Then in the late 1980s, Linda Seeger, in her screenwriting manual, Making a Good Script Great, she continued these ideas. She said, the purpose of the setup is to tell us the vital information we need to get started. The audience needs to see a few minutes of context before anything happens, so they can get oriented and enjoy the show without asking questions such as, what's going on? Where are we? What are those characters doing? And why are they doing it? Okay, that's a good idea. I'll give you some exposition. I'm a narrative design activist, and I'm joining you from Boon Wurrung country. I've worked in theatre, film, TV, non-fiction writing, and in the last 20 years, I've done a lot of interactive projects. I'm late self-identified autistic and ADHD with a fainting syndrome, chronic migraines, and I'm in perimenopause, which is inviting me to listen to myself even more. I came to my disabled identity as a gift after years of pursuing my authentic self and questioning the status quo. I have a strong interest in why things happen, how design orthodoxy happens, and how emancipatory design happens. And I've never been able to figure out how to get off the floor properly. I've experienced being misunderstood most of my life, with people assuming they know why I behave the way, why I behave and why I think the way I do. And thinking that I make up the things that I notice about the world, which is the opposite of what Olivia was talking about with glissant, where, so that, yeah, I think this talk is in conversation there. And there was a quote that that resonated with me by Mykola Bilokonsky, where he describes a neurodivergent mind as when different things are obvious to me that are obvious to you. And there's also the notion of having spiky intelligence, where everyone has some things that they're good at and some things that they're bad at, whatever bad means. And for neurodivergent folk, not everyone, but the difference between the two can be greater than it is for most people. I consider these various ways of being as ideal for a collective culture. One where there's lots of people with differences, where cognition and senses are spread across people, animals and plants, and our memory is collectively carried. I also like the term a pluralist culture and a pluralist world, and what the Mexican Zapatistas talk about, with their activism when they say that we're making a world where all worlds fit. So that's a bit of exposition about me, but there's another reason why I'm talking about exposition. I find exposition is helpful in a pluralist world, helpful in a thriving and innovative writer's room and any collaborative work. When I say innovation, I mean a space where divergent thinking, bottom-up thinking, and pattern thinking are valued. This is because, as many studies have shown, and I can cite, it's these qualities that nurture innovation. When I say innovation, I mean a space where I can just make the way I want to make. I'm not trying to be innovative, I'm just different. And when I say innovation, I mean a space where we're not repressed by status quo craft because making the same way won't give us different results. And when I say innovation, I mean a space where a more just, loving, and co-flourishing world can emerge. And I find exposition is helpful for this kind of space. But there's that obstacle to exposition. There's the craft dictum of show, don't tell, and the one world status quo that is sneaking up behind it. It's the idea that you don't explain things, that you leave things unsaid, and that the reader or audience figures it out. It also means that you communicate what people do, what characters do, rather than them explaining it. As a writer, I love illusions and I love placing cumulative crumbs to wash up on a reader's consciousness. And you can still leave things for people to figure out, but there are the clues that you leave within the work and what you're relying on outside of the work. As an autistic brain, I find that people who lie and withhold what they mean to be exhausting. It isn't that I can't figure out what they mean or that I have to know exactly. It's that my default is a large field of possible. My brain splays out with possibilities in each moment. For me to assume what you mean, I need to do the work of pruning the possibilities of you. Without data, I feel as if I'm making you up rather than understanding you. Or I can just go with what I notice in each moment. Writer, editor, and sexuality activist Cecilia Tan, she speaks of writers who succeed with this show, don't tell approach. She says the power of it stems from writing for an audience that shares so many assumptions with them that the audience would feel that those settings and stories were universal. It's just the way it is. There is no introduction or getting to know you if you think, make, and live the same way and assume you always have and assume you always will. But in a pluralist world that welcomes innovation, there is more that we don't know. And so introductions and explanations are more common. So here are some of the ways I found exposition works as a process with creative collaborators. Firstly, when you can explain reasoning for creative decisions. You can talk around it if you don't have the words, images, sounds, or gestures to communicate. You can have delayed processing and get to it later. But the point is to normalize a why of design. And that helps prevent craft norms where there's no like, oh, we need conflict here. It's like, why do we need conflict? And what do you mean by conflict? And it reveals the crafting process so we can all learn from each other. It also contextualizes craft, makes it relative to what's happening in the moment. And when everyone knows the why that we're doing things, it means that people can contribute to other ways of actually achieving it. And I found that explaining and contextualizing any craft terms, any industry jargon, art form specific jargon, and any fictional language that you create is super important. I collaborate intentionally with people from different art forms, with people who are new to storytelling as a practice, with people who have been storytelling their whole lives, with people who are new to interactivity, with people who are new to accessibility as far as they're concerned. And I do that intentionally because what it makes, therefore, is a room where we need to do the bridge work to understand each other. And it means that we're not constrained by any common beliefs about the way things happen. It's also really important politically because I believe, as Ezio Mancini says, that everyone designs. And as Antonio Gramsci says, everyone is a philosopher. We all have the literacy then to construct our fictional worlds and our everyday. And a part of this is having what I call a pluralist glossary. And this is where there's not one term and one definition, but multiple terms and multiple possible meanings. There is what I call mapped exposition, where according to the senses that make sense for you, information is there. It could be you understand a character in a certain way with text, or it could be you understand a character with visuals or a character with sound. They're all mapped there in your multimodal glossary. There's also relational exposition, where there are terms that we may be familiar with in working with a team, and we have newcomers in, or we have people who are working from different art forms, or you even just have the terms that make sense to you. We include whatever makes sense to you. We're not trying to get you to come on board with ours. We're always linking our terms together. So in summary with that, Cecilia Tan, she talks about how world building makes a certain amount of explanation necessary. Now she's talking about science fiction writing, but it applies beyond. If we're all the same and nothing changes, then no explanation is necessary. But if we're different and we can't be completely known, and we and the world do change, and craft is not fixed, and neither are we, and so exposition is needed. Collaboration, the creative process, life is a continual getting to know each other and the worlds that we're creating together. So I find it a critical skill to break past the orthodoxy of craft and the orthodoxy of art forms and the way we understand each other in the world, to allow ourselves to keep asking, what's going on? Where are we? What are those characters and what are these people doing? And why are they doing it? And why am I doing it? Okay, thank you.
That excellent talk, Christy. Some fascinating materials there about all sorts of things, including exposition, the bridging work of collaboration, pluralism, the link between innovation and difference. I think there's a lot of material there that we can all think about, and I'd encourage everyone to have a think about a question that they might like to ask of Christy at the end, towards the end of our session. Thanks very much again. We'll move straight on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Jasper Peach, and I'll just give a short introduction. So Jasper is a trans, non-binary and disabled writer. They are passionate about equitable access and inclusion and dismantling misplaced shame via storytelling. Their current project is a mosaic memoir, 1,000 Spinning Plates on Fire. This work of narrative non-fiction is an exploration of life across the intersections of queer, disabled, fat-bodied, transgender, parent, non-binary, neurodivergent, and activist identities. Presented in prose, poetry, and other forms, the work is non-linear and is the opposite of a redemption story. It is something new and lyrical, introducing the reader to satisfyingly real loose ends. A scorchingly honest, tender, and hopeful story of what it is to be human, Over to you, Jasper.
Thanks, Cameron. Thank you for having me, everyone in control of what's happening. Firstly, I'm coming to you from stolen land, the rightful and original custodians of Jara country, where I'm zooming in from are the Djadja people. Sovereignty was never ceded, and my solidarity, rage, and sorrow is with the first peoples of this continent and all places globally currently suffering the effects of genocide at the hand of the coloniser. I'm Jasper Peach. Hey, pronouns they, them. I'm an author, speaker, broadcaster, educator. I work exclusively around the themes of dismantling misplaced shame, and they're often linked to my own lived experience of, I guess there's a list, like we just heard in the intro, queer, trans, a non-birthing AFAB parent, a majestic trunk lord, disabled, neurodivergent, an activist, and a bunch of other nouns. None of these things are sad or particularly special to me. They're just pixels, part of a bigger picture. Some things I love are jaywalking, resistance, things that are pink, and writing. I love to write. My God, the love I have for writing is I want to make out with it. I want everyone to know how transformative it can be, how liberating and clarifying. For the last 4 years, I've been working on a collection of writing, the mosaic memoir called 1,000 Spinning Plates on Fire. It is prose, poetry, lists, diagrams, scripts, and the point is to welcome the reader into my lived experience. My voice cannot just be one of these forms because that's not who I am as a person. It won't always be comfortable or smooth to step into my shoes, even though I almost exclusively wear Crocs. But I want to make something new that works for me, because if it works for me, it'll work for others who are friend-shaped. If it works for me, it will be a building block in a bridge between friend-shaped folks and those who don't get it, who are in their lives and need to get on board. There have been myriad times in my life where words have saved me and given what I needed to keep living. Instances where the words were deeds in themselves and gifted me context. The expansive and generative power of words opens everything up when your life has been one of confusion, exclusion, and a sense that you're just not doing life correctly or well enough to be considered a person worthy of acceptance, respect, inclusion, all those nice things that proper people seem to get. When I first learned of a non-binary experience of gender, my reaction was multi-layered. First, there were several years of processing until I was ready to know this about myself. And then as I tiptoed around the periphery of understanding, I thought, oh, at last I understand who I am and why girl, why woman were never the right fit. I now had reasons for the way I flinched every time feminizing gender markers were applied to me. I'd never felt like I was a boy or a man, and they had been the only option that I knew of until my early 30s. So when I learned about this third option, of many options, it was like a punch in the guts. I felt robbed. The grief of knowing that there are words and community and belonging that had been kept from me. It was a tough thing to swallow. So in my rearview mirror, I see this lost person who desperately needed that framework. And looking ahead, I see a life with that understanding and being at home in my skin. These words gave me a place to be where I was not allergic to myself. Looking back in history and at truth-telling, binary genders were not the whole story, and First Nations' understanding of this far surpassed the whitewashed colonised version. I may have felt robbed when reflecting on my relationship to gender, but it was far bigger than me, far more insidious and sinister. That these truths continue to be concealed, policed, and violently opposed by the self-sustaining status quo is a terrible indication of our sickness as a species. Aboriginal scholar and author Tyson Yunka Porter, belonging to the Apalek clan, has written extensively about intimate relationships with place, deep time thinking, and community, and our relationship with all of these things. His work made accessible to me in conversation with my wife, who's in the thick of a PhD in multi-species flourishing, made it all make sense. And bringing these words and concepts into our lives, she handed me this, a copy of Sand Talk, How Indigenous Thinking Can Save the World, themes that are ancient and abiding and have changed everything in my perspective. Tyson Yunkaporta's work is both healing and galvanising of a way forward. I'm a white person who benefits from colonisation and genocide, and it is deeply horrifying and enraging that my bloodlines have played their parts in trying to stop these truths from being part of the general narrative of humanity. And if they have done this, so have I. Each day I make choices about what to do with the finite energy I possess and how to consistently decolonise my thoughts and actions. Words, phrases, language, ways of being in community, they can cut us down when coming from a colonial directive, and they can make everything bright and possible when looking beyond the confines of the ways we've been conditioned to be. The Māori concept, tōku anō takewha, my own time and space, this phrase, gifted by Kerry Opai to describe autism, once again generously provided me, a white settler, with great succour and peace. When I learned that I was autistic, it took time to undo the masking I'd been conditioned to present. It took time to get right with myself, to not self-flagellate over how long it had taken me to understand, but to recognise the systemic nature of hegemony that urges all of us to fall into line, how cruel and untrue and painful this way of living had been. It took no time at all to start creating about it, to write, to process these tangled threads of my own identity as a place to reflect on what this has and does mean for my neurodivergent community. That I felt hurt by how long it took to understand was in itself a colonial perspective. Now is before, is tomorrow, is forever. Time is not a line but a spiral. This is proven every time I set foot in medical spaces where there are unknown people and outcomes, or when I interact with the F and NDIS, how my field of vision shrinks down to a dot, that I'm once again a terrified 24-year-old, the sickest I've ever been, with no answers other than, this is your doing. It's all in your head. You should have been healed by now because our spreadsheet says so, and that means you're a liar and a bad person. That was 20 years ago. But the story still lives in my marrow, and that fear flushes through me like it's the first time. I lose my strength, words, ability to find anything, to read signs, to advocate for myself. It's trauma, sure, but it's also a clear and lived reflection of time existing in ways other than a clock and 4 seasons and the 29th of August. So the way I feel when operating in linear timed systems being so violent and constricting is as it should be. There's nothing wrong with me when I can't seem to manage time, when I can't seem to know things that I did not know before. Those difficult years of being broken down and building myself up again inform a practice that is airtight, staunch, collaborative, and supportive of a community, and comes back every time to justice and dismantling misplaced shame. The most common feedback I receive for my written work is, I never had the words for that before, it was too tender to touch, to go anywhere near, and now I understand. Now I can support myself to live my life, knowing who I am, knowing that what I've experienced has impacted me, and that unlocks the notion of belonging and safety, of self-determination and clarity. Words are deeds, are ritual, are light. It costs nothing to tell myself in the private expanse of my mind or on a page that only I have access to that the words being used to break me down are not true. What is true is something I can dictate the terms of. I can rehumanize myself after being dehumanized. I can subvert the dominant narrative into something that is nothing more than a speck of dust that I flick away with derision and contempt. I can lovingly describe what is real and true from my own perspective rather than buying into systemic hatred. I can describe my required accommodations as reality. An example from a workshop I did last week. Yes, I can run this workshop that you're inviting me to do. I'll need you to provide an air filter and for all participants to wear N95 masks. And then it happens. It is reality. It's not asking for too much. It's equity. I can safely engage and by doing so empower others to tell their own stories. In writing, in thought, I can steer my own ship and decide which sound is more true, who is liberated, and what happens next. If only in my mind or on the page, it counts for something. It's a building block. The format of the memoir I'm writing is not linear. It is all thematically linked to water, to fluidity. Each chapter is named for a song title that links in theme or mood with the written words to follow. And because music is round, it goes round and round in my head, the cassette player, the CD player, the turntable, like time is a spiral, like we're all made of water and come from water and will become devoid of water and go back to being stardust, and none of it happens in an order that we decide. Life is on shuffle, like a playlist, like a mixtape. This makes the most sense to me and has happened organically without even knowing what I was doing as I built. I'm building a land made of spinning plates on fire to reflect the way it feels in my head and my connective tissue, that my peace is in the eye of the storm. And it is a storm. It's electric and I can always feel it coming, and it hurts and there's relief once it's broken, and the rain soothes everything because I am made of water. I have no idea if any publisher will want it. And at the moment, that doesn't matter to me. I can't be bothered to self-publish. I'll work it out later how to engage with a system that is so beholden to capitalism, to the adversarial legal system and the patriarchy. I'm not willing to shift this story into a fictional account so I can be clear about what happened to me without legal ramifications. I'm not going to participate in the silencing of people with stories to tell of injustice, but I will find a way in. The most important part is to keep building until I know the world I've created on the page will save me from everything before. To be clear, probably not in this lifetime, but maybe my stardust self will be saved when we all gather our collective grains of sand toward liberation. In the meantime, knowing I've done all I can at this stage of my life and with the world the way it is, that is my most hopeful self. I'm hoping to create a legacy where if one person can recalibrate their experience of being human to be more loving and present with themselves, I'll be happy with that. I've stepped from worlds and words into new words and worlds multiple times, straight to queer, cisgender to trans, lacking to disabled, and nobody could give me permission to do this but myself. When you step from one word or world into another and your life expands and becomes more joyful and aligned, it makes it easier next time. More importantly, it makes it possible. It is a tangible frame of reference. And that is why writing is essential. History has shown me that when I create a resource like this guy, it's an accessible parenting book for the LGBTIQA plus community, that others are gently invited to take steps for themselves. We get to keep living and keep going and create families and not feel like there is no space for us in our own bodies or communities. Each time I leapt from one word, one world to another, in the first instance, it was only possible to believe it on the page. When I disentangled the balls of yarn and Christmas lights and headphone cables in my mind and placed them on the page in a way that I could understand, I could at last enact it. That was when I stopped having a foot in both camps, stay or go, and started to be truly alive and present with my children, with myself, with the people I love, and with people I will never meet. Survival, just managing to get through, shifted into emergence and not being afraid of being perceived in any way I may be regarded. We write what is true for us. I write what is true for me because I know the deeds that words can be. I build my own culture, my own world, a reflection of expansive possibilities to counteract the policing of my body, identity, needs, and existence. I used to feel like my story did not matter and that I was taking up too much space and making a whole heap of noise that wasn't as important or smart or proper as what other people were doing. But the further I get into my lifetime and the spiral of it, the clearer it is. I don't have the luxury of checking out like that, of believing the truths that were implanted in my gut, injected into my intuition by systems and people who would find it a lot easier if I would just fall into line. Allowing that to happen is an act of violence in itself. And I'm wrapping up because I know I'm a little bit over time. So I defer to my own freshly harvested beliefs that have grown in a garden of being true and in decolonising my thoughts and actions. And I listen to the voices I might never hear, but know are out there feeling so alone and wrong and like they shouldn't speak up or exist at all. We are whole and beautiful and immaculate just as we are. This needs to be reflected in literature, so we do the work. We push on the bruise and raise the flag, and we show up for ourselves and for others in the beautiful spiral of neurodivergent and disabled existence. Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing. Thanks so much, Jasper. Yeah, so many interesting things there. I made a few notes here. Mosaic memoir, misplaced shame, deep love of writing, its capacity to clarify our existences, the work of decolonizing our thoughts and actions, a place to be where I was not allergic to myself. Again, so much material here, as with the first speaker, that I think we can all relate to, by which we might be able to reclaim who we are and what we might be. Lovely work, thank you. I will move on now to our next speakers, who are Dr. KJ Hepworth and Tabitha Lean, and I'll give a very brief intro to both. Dr. KJ Hepworth is a disabled artist, designer, and scholar. Their work analyses power relationships in order to subvert them. They co-create emancipatory visions of the future and design accessible tools to get there. Known for public speaking and zines, their practice spans graphic recording, visualization, poetry, and augmentative communication tools. Tabitha Lean is a criminalised mad survivor and resister. She is a poet, artist, storyteller, disruptor, and troublemaker. Her work emerges from direct experience and is grounded in collective care, creative resistance, and the refusal of carceral and psychiatric control. She lives and creates at the margins with love. Over to you, KJ and Tabitha.
Thank you, Cameron. I'll share my screen. And I'd like to start with an acknowledgement of country. We recognise the cultural authority and true ownership of these unceded lands and waters by First Nations people. We're coming to you from Ngarrindjeri land and Ghana Yerta. We acknowledge the immense harm caused to culture, language, and First Nations people's lives by settler colonisers. We know this harm continues right now, accelerated and amplified by our cultural habits of avoidance and denial. Our collective strength, healing, and robust mental health depend on facing our histories and present-day truths arm in arm with soft bellies and courageous minds. May we all find the fortitude for reckoning, reparations, treaty, and the honourable society that lies beyond them. The first slide is a title slide that has the title of our presentation, Surviving Cram and Mad Skills, Storing Resistance Beyond the Psychiatric State. This project is named after a zine that I made in hospital. And the second slide contains a photo of that zine. So I'm a psychiatric survivor. I identify as mad, and all the beautiful lineages that are associated with that word. The process of making this zine and sharing it and about the psych ward with other people in the psych ward during a hospital stay was very powerful, and my first true experience of collective solidarity in the ways that I have heard it be described by other people. I had felt quite excluded from that kind of collective organizing previously, and this project seeks to bring that level of solidarity mediated through creativity to life outside of hospital. So fast forward to today, to this year, to next year. Next year, we'll produce a resource called Surviving Crime and Mad Skills that provides collective wisdom by us, for us, with people who want to join us in creative exploration that will contribute to a resource for other medically incarcerated people. When I say medically incarcerated, I'm referring to people under community treatment orders, people forcibly restrained in hospital. That includes a lot of dementia care, as well as psychiatric care, and some other conditions. Right now, South Australia has the highest level of medical incarceration in the world because of the way our legislation is framed. It's very easy for a person's right to their own medical care to be taken away from them. And this context is fuel for this project. We aim to highlight this inequity, but also highlight the strength of the people most impacted by this inequity. Because we know we have our own solutions, we know the work happens in community, and we want to be a small piece of highlighting the excellent work we know is already happening in South Australia in collective care for, with, and by survivors. So I have a few steps that I'll quickly run through, and then Tabitha has a beautiful example of what we mean by the power of storytelling in this context. And so practically, what does this look like? So we've aimed to resource ourselves with collaborator hangouts, so between us, between other accomplices, and spreading the word through public events such as describing the project and the workshops here. And earlier this week, we had a webinar about psych abolition. Storying resistance. The creative workshops are a form of storying the resistance, as I would argue is the entire project. And in developing a resource that synthesizes this work and puts it in a form that can be shareable with people who can't be in the room during the creative projects. This is a means of sharing power and sharing access. And then we amplify the access through dissemination of the resource through our informal survivor-led networks, through peak bodies, through other repositories of knowledge, making it easier to find. And like Jasper mentioned, with the hope that the further it goes, the more likely it is that someone's going to find it when they need it. Over to you, Tabitha.
Thanks, KJ. Thanks, everyone. As KJ said, my name is Tabitha Lean. Some context about myself. It's really important to me as an Aboriginal person to situate myself in this work. So I'll just take a moment to do that. I write from the edges where the margins are both wound and possibility. I'm a scholar, but I'm also a subject. I'm author and character, beauty and beast, spook and spooked. I'm a First Nations woman who's lived the violence of incarceration in both the criminal and the psychiatric cages. So I carry those scars into my community organising, dreaming and resistance. So this work is not simply labour, it's an embodiment of breath, the kind of breath that insists on survival, the kind of breath that holds memory, that carries stories across generations. I'm also an abolitionist, a troublemaker, a mother and an activist. So I'm here for all the unraveling and the burning down, for the tumbling and the destroying, but also for the rebirthing, the nestling and the nurturing. I'm here for the planting of seeds and building shelters, for chasing portals of discovery, for dreaming infinite possibilities into being. I'm a writer, a poet and a dreamer. So my work is stitched from my lived experience and imagination, and from the fragments of story and memory that refuse to be erased. And through story, I resist, I remember and I remake. And as KJ acknowledged at the start beautifully, I join you today from the ancient lands that are not my own. They're lands that hold the memory and the blood of centuries of violence and the wisdom of people who have lived here since the very first sunrise, the unceded territories of the Kaurna people. These lands remember everything, every footprint, every act of resistance, every whisper of ceremony carried on the wind. And I was just reflecting on Christy's talk. And so in order to contextualize my particular craft, which I'll share with you today, my part of this presentation will be a story. As an Aboriginal person, I tend not to speak about my storying without telling a story, because to story is my way of making meaning of my world. It's central to our ways of knowing, being and doing. Therefore, I story to prioritise Aboriginal voice. I story to honour our ways of knowing, being and doing. Therefore, I story to prioritise Aboriginal voice. I story to honour the ways of the old. And a story is a way of decolonising knowledges. And sharing stories is also our medicine. When we share stories with each other and with others in groups like this, we heal each other. So it's a way to hold true our knowledges that have been plundered by colonialists for centuries. So this is the story I offer you today. Contained, restrained, contained, restrained. I sit on this white bed with the sheet pulled tight across it, stretched like the skin of a trampoline. It pings when I lift it. Ping. Starchy white, not yet yellowed, stiff, formal, like the staff, all white and formal, not at all like my mother or my grandmother's blood that pumps through my veins, or the great-grandmother who gave me these wild curls that graze my cheeks and tangle in my lashes when gusts of wind carry them along breezes sent by ancestors in sky country. My door is locked, and I'm surrounded by 4 walls that stretch and expand with the light of the sun. But even here, where the architecture holds centuries of violence, I feel the ocean summoning the moon in its embrace, pulling and pushing, pulling and pushing. Shadows dance in every corner, a waltz and then a tango. Patient lean, observed at rest, no acute distress. The nurse stationed at my door writes about me. I want to tell her I'm a writer too. In my head, the conversation goes, "What do you write?" I wonder. Patient lean, slept 2 hours. I dream of wild daisies, chasing bees through fields of colour, clouds forming glorious shapes in an azure blue sky. I almost wept at their perfection. I stood on tiptoes, arms outstretched, almost reaching the cotton candy clouds before a butterfly brushed my nose and I collapsed into fits of laughter. Patient lean requested scissors, denied. I collage because I am obsessed with colour. I want to wrap myself in it, one shade at a time. Each page filled edge to edge, silver, red, pink, deep green. Did you know the human eye sees more shades of greens than any other colour? That's why I love them. Each page a forest of emeralds, olives, jades. I wish they would give me scissors to cut the edges clean, smooth, sharp. Patient lean, dishevelled in appearance, unkempt, refused shower. I have to finish this book. I fall into it like Alice through the looking glass, except there is no mirror here, only paper thin as breath. I don't so much read as tumble. Each word catches me, then drops me again. The story folds me in its current, bends time around me until I no longer know the hours. My body is caged, but my mind runs wild, climbing cliffs of ink, sailing oceans of paper, building worlds with strangers who become kin in a paragraph. Patient lean, agitated, pacing, unsettled. The kids are coming today. I don't know when. There is no clock. The shutters are closed. I measure time by my heartbeat, by the ache of waiting. Lunch was a while ago, so it must be soon. Oh, how long now? Every footstep in the hall could be theirs. My chest swells, then drops again when it isn't. I cannot wait to hold them, to smell their hair, to feel the weight of them in my arms. Patient lean, anxious, preoccupied, requests reassurance. These walls collapse inward, concrete presses in. But I imagine the roof torn away, blown open, even as electricity crackles through the building, pumping volts into people's brains, erasing precious memories. Thieves of time, thieves of memory. Contained, restrained, contained, restrained. These places and experiences hold story, and to story is to hold memory. Because only in our memory making and story sharing can we begin to make sense of the world around us. Our stories unfurl like spirals, reaching outward and then circling back, engulfing us, connecting us, reminding us who we are. So story is my resistance. Where the record reduces me to patient lean, my story insists on my wholeness, my becoming. In story, I am not confined to these four walls. I'm expansive, breathing, alive. In story, I gather my grandmother's blood and my children's laughter and my own wild curls, and I weave them together into something that cannot be locked away. This is why I write, why I speak, and why I remember out loud. Because story builds a pathway where the system offers none. It lays down stepping stones towards freedom. It creates maps we can follow together so we do not get lost in the violence of the state. Our stories are not only for survival, they are the blueprint for liberation. They spiral and unfurl, binding us into a collective body that resists being broken apart. Through story, we resist, we remember, and we remake. We build futures that cages cannot contain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tabitha and KJ. amazing material again. The idea that story builds a pathway, stepping stones towards freedom. KJ's experience of collective solidarity in a psychiatric ward, the remembering and remaking of story, the naming of MAD and its beautiful lineages. Again, so many fascinating ideas in this talk. I think everyone will agree that we've had 3 fascinating topics, 4 great speakers, and it's 12:06, so we have 8 or 9 minutes available for questions, and there don't seem to be any in the actual Q&A. So I will open it up to the floor. Would anyone like to ask a question of any or all of our participants? Everyone's a bit stunned by the sheer brilliance of the speakers on display.
Oh,
Uh,
I forgot to mention, Reese at 11:58 a.m. put a link in the chat to the zine. There's a screen readable version
yes,
online, so you
yes.
can look at that
If
if
you
you're curious.
Yes, if you just scroll back up, it's there at 11:58 from Reese. We have one new comment. Thank you. Look, I've got a few questions. If anyone thinks of a question while I'm talking, please put your hand up. Wonder if each of you could talk a little bit about the role of memory in relation to community building through writing. Would any of you like to speak a little bit more about memory?
I can quickly, because I mentioned, I think, or maybe we all did, but yeah, I mentioned this in my talk about how that if we take it as a given, which it is, that we are all different and we experience the world differently, that our memory is collectively carried. Because I'm finding that, now that my memory is getting worse and worse, my changes in hormones and that, I've always been externalizing my cognition as much as I can to help me draw on it when I need, because it's not in the little boxes that I used to go to, and the associations just don't happen. So I have to externalize things. But I think it's also, with the team and the teams that I work on, we rely on each other to remember and carry different things. And I think, yeah, it's basically this idea, this individualistic idea of like, we hold everything, in one person. It's just not true, and it's not functional at all. And so, yeah, the planets are trees. We all take shared responsibility in carrying memories, I think. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Christy. Any other comment from the panelists? We do. Oops, sorry. Sorry, everyone. That's my dog. Keep talking amongst yourselves.
I'll say a little something something. I've found finally learning about mad pride, mad liberation. I experienced psychosis and all sorts of juicy stuff when my system is under pressure, which it just often is. And I love reading accounts of life and memory by other mentally ill people, because that has given me permission to go, well, even if my memory looks very different to that person's memory who was also there, my account is just as valuable. Maybe more so, because the voices of the insane are not necessarily taken with respect or seen as a viable recollection. So in the thing I'm endlessly toiling away at, There's a lot of my recollection is this, my experience is this, and being very mindful that that coming from within the eye of the storm is not necessarily always what's believed. When we're admitted into psych wards, it's an adversarial, very dangerous situation, particularly for Black and brown people. And there's just all these systems are in, can I say, circle jerk with each other, and they're all working together to maintain the status quo. So the more nuanced or honest voices about what it is to be on the receiving end of those systems and the horrifying conditions they create on a cellular level, let alone a systemic level. It's really important to keep speaking up, and for others to support us to speak up, for others to fund zine workshops and to provide grant funding without any kind of like contract you have to sign where you're gonna promise to lick as many boots as they tell you to. I will get angry if I keep talking. Those are my thoughts.
Excellent. Thanks, Jasper.
I was just going to say, like, for Aboriginal people as well, like, so for myself, I think about memory as not just something we recall in our minds. I think about it as something that we carry in our bodies, like something that's woven within our DNA, like the blood that runs through us holds our songs, our struggles, our survival, like our curls, our scars, our laughter, our ways of walking. Like our country is all archives. It carries fragments of our stories that reach back for us to the very first sunrise. So for me, there's this notion of ancestral memory. It's why for us we know places we've never been before, why we're pulled towards rivers, rocks, and skies that speak to us in a language older than words. It's why, for me, say story, song, and ceremony continue to surface in us even after centuries of attempted erasure on this country. So, this idea that like this sort of Western notion of memory having to be something that we recall in our minds, whereas for me, our bodies are records, our breath is testimony, our dreaming is that resistance. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Thanks, Tabitha. Memory's kind of a double-edged sword because the memory of my mum and her generation is memory of white picket fences and going into the shop and being served by a white person and people staying together in marriage even if they hated each other and all the rest of it. So memory, yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword. We did have a question, I'm not sure if it was answered as the dog was barking, about the production of the zine. KJ came from Beth Spencer. Can you talk a bit about the process of producing the zine?
Yeah, absolutely. So I made the first version in hospital. So the inking and coloring, I did a lot of asking, like levering my privilege and positionality in the psych ward to get things for me and for other patients. We developed such an interesting and liberating system of the staff knew that they weren't to be overtly racist. So if I asked for something within hearing of a person of color then they knew they couldn't deny that request. So we developed this like very nuanced system of increasing access and equity on the ward. And one of the things I asked for was, one time I sweet talked a nurse into photocopying the zine. So it was 8 A3 pages. And then over a while, we would have zine making sessions. Anyone who wanted a copy could have a copy. Anyone who wanted to make a copy for themselves or someone else could make one. Anyone who wanted to color one in could do that. And that felt incredible in a way I can't really name. The patients kept each other safe. The patients kept each other alive in spite of the constant harms that Jasper eloquently alluded to. And that was in hundreds of ways. And the zine might have been unusual, like maybe people aren't making zines in psych wards that often, but it wasn't special in terms of the liberatory collective practices that people do and enact and co-create in impossible conditions to build each other up and to keep going. So that was the first part of the process. And when I left, the most important thing to my survival was that the people who were important in my life saw my story, read my story, making copies, refining it, increasing like the acknowledgement of certain people whose work I borrowed from, things like that, was influenced by. And then I sent it, I posted it. I posted it to all of my support workers. I needed people to see it more than I needed air. And since then, it's become a kind of word of mouth thing. When someone knows someone who's just leaving a ward, I get a message. Oh, can you post it to my friend? Sure. Or I run a workshop and everyone gets one as part of the making. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks, KJ. Look, we've come to the end of the session. There's a lot going on in the chat. The chat is brilliant and very very interesting to read. We should publish our this chat, I think, somehow. Thanks everyone for attending. We are going to have a break now. We move to lunch. The next session 6 begins at 1:15 p.m. Adelaide time. It's entitled Poetry as Method, and I hope to see you there.
Thanks for coming back, everybody. And welcome to session 6, Poetry as Method. The captioners and Auslan interpreters all good for me to go? Yeah, great, thank you. So my name is Bronwyn Lovell. I'd like to start by paying respect to the Kaurna and Paramount peoples as the traditional owners of the lands on which I live and work. I'm a lecturer in creative writing at the University of South Australia with lived experience of disability, and a poet who's very interested in eco-feminist themes and literature as activism. So the topic today of poetry as method, I think, is quite fascinating. It suggests to me using poetry as a process towards a specific outcome. We have 3 wonderful guests with us today. Bethany Evans, who is a PhD candidate at the University of South Australia, Associate Professor Melanie Duckworth, who is a Associate Professor of English Literature at Ørsfield University in Norway, and Professor Cobus Moorman, and he is a Professor of Creative Writing in the Department of English
at the University of the Western Cape, South Africa. So thrilled to have these three wonderful poets here to talk to us about how they use poetry as method. I'd like to start by introducing Bethany. We will hold questions to the end if that suits. So we'll invite Bethany first. It's my pleasure to introduce her. She's currently enrolled in a PhD at UniSA. She has an MA in English and Creative Writing from the University of Sydney. Her research interests centre around poetry writing and well-being, particularly in relation to childhood trauma. Bethany's work has received several awards, including the 2023 Australasian Association of Writing Programs HDR Higher Degree Research Prize for Creative Writing and 5 Blue Fringe Awards for poetry. And Blue Fringe is an initiative to celebrate the creativity of people with a lived experience of mental health. And her poetry appears in a number of publications, including some Blue Fringe anthologies and anthologies from other community groups like Westwards and Poetica Christi. And she's going to present her paper to us now. It is called Hiding in Plain Sight, Transforming Stories Concealed and Revealed in Poetry. So thank you, Bethany.
Thank you, Bethany. Thank you so much for being so vulnerable with us and so many wonderful ideas there to unpick. Rather than having a question session now, I'll just remind you that if you go to the bottom of your screen, you should see a Q&A box. So you can put any questions for Bethany in there and we will discuss them with the panel at the end. I'd just like to thank the Auslan interpreters too. There's so much there, and we'll just try to slow down. I think even academic writing, just listening to it has so much in it and takes so much time to take in, I think, and that was just such a rich, beautiful testimony. Thank you so much, Bethany. I'd like to introduce Associate Professor Melanie Duckworth now. Melanie Duckworth is an Associate Professor of English Literature at Østfold University College in Norway. She publishes in the fields of children's literature, Australian literature, and eco-criticism. Her most recent co-edited volumes are Storying Plants in Australian children's and young adult literature, Roots and Winged Seeds, as well as Narratives of Hope and Despair, Ruin and Regeneration in Literature and Culture, which is forthcoming this year. Her poetry appears in Friendly Street Poets, which is a local beautiful community poetry group for those who are not from Adelaide, and also she has poetry in Truths and Disguises. So Melanie will now present for us on stammering and concrete poetry. Thanks, Melanie.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you for coming to listen. I'm speaking to you very early in the morning from Norway, but the poem I'm talking about today was written in Adelaide on Kaurna land, so I'd like to pay my respects to the elders and custodians of that country. Okay, This paper is a personal reflection on stammering and concrete poetry, using the example of a poem I wrote over 25 years ago during an English literature tutorial at the University of Adelaide. I've stammered for as long as I can remember, but it didn't really become a problem for me until I moved from Adelaide to country South Australia, Mount Gambier, at the age of 11. All of a sudden, I was ashamed to speak. As a teenager and young adult, I was mortified by my stammer, to the point that I could hardly bear to meet other people who stammered. If I had to make a phone call or do a presentation at school, I would fret for days. I still don't like phone calls to strangers, but now I teach for a living. These days, if I meet someone else who stammers, I meet them with curiosity and recognition. As a teenager, I attended speech therapy. They told me to slow down words until I couldn't get stuck on them anymore. I had to read out loud, slowly, one syllable at a time. The words turned to quiet sludge. My mum or my grandma sat with a stopwatch, timing. They told me to enter words softly, not to say puh, but to breathe through it. Puh. They told me, you can't stammer when you sing. Sometimes it helped, but not reliably. When I was in year 9, my history teacher called on me. Who sacked Rome? She asked. Melanie, you know this. But there was no way Visigoth, barbed like a fishhook, would make it past my tongue. I don't know, I stumbled. I can't remember. She raised an eyebrow and took the answer from a boy at the back. Having a stammer has influenced my poetry, has influenced my relationship with poetry and with creative writing in general in at least 3 ways. The first is obvious. As spoken language was stressful, I turned to written language, where I felt at home. Oh, you know what? I had a slide and I've forgotten to share it. I'm going to share it in a minute. Secondly, it has heightened my sense of the musicality of poetry. In order to read something aloud, I need the words to flow. I need to feel them sing. And thirdly, I think it has contributed to my sense of the texture of language, drawing me towards Middle English, alliterative verse, Hopkins, Les Murray, and more recently, the Scots poems of Kathleen Jamie. I'm going to start sharing my slides now. Here we are. From the beginning. And rewind. Is it working? Yeah, here we are. At the University of Adelaide in the late 1990s, Heather Kerr introduced me to concrete poetry. Heather died too young from cancer in 2019, so this paper is presented in memory and in admiration of her. According to the Oxford Dictionary, concrete poetry is poetry in which the meaning or effect is conveyed partly or wholly by visual means, using patterns of words or letters or other typographical devices. Heather was my tutor in first year English, and later I took her module on postmodernism. I still remember the absolute wonder and delight I felt when she introduced us to E. E. Cummings. She put this poem in front of us and let us try to read it. And the slide here, it depicts a very long, thin poem of each line is only a couple of letters each. It is a poem that cannot really be read aloud. It's a poem that exists on the page in the rustling of little syllables, la, le, fa, in the quiet drift of letters down to the puddle at the bottom, in that tiny word, one, that expands outwards as you read past it and then back up again. And after you've been looking at it for a while, you realize it says, a leaf falls, oneliness. And then you work out, it's loneliness with a little insert. The words are in pieces, and yet, with slow, careful attention, they make sense. They sing. I liked that it was a poem you couldn't really read aloud, because that was the beauty of written words to me. Written words were easy. Written words felt like home. In written words, I could express myself fluently and with ease. Spoken words were the problem. In the postmodernism module the following year, we read more poems. Prose poems by Anya Walwich and other poems and essays from the marvellous book, Bridgings, Readings in Australian Women's Poetry, edited by Rose Lucas and Lynn McCredden. We talked about words and looked at the words stacked and scattered on the pages. Heather was a marvellous teacher. She opened a space for reflection and experimentation. She liked to think out loud and reach toward the ineffable. You could almost see her ideas floating in the room, constructing precarious castles out of fizzy gold thread. I didn't say much. There are some boys who had read a lot of theory and liked to talk. But it was here, in Heather's tutorial room, high in the Napier building, looking at concrete poems and letting the words of my peers wash over me, that I wrote the poem Stammerer. I couldn't have written it without the example of Cummings, Walwich and others, and without Heather holding a space for them before us. Walwich's prose poems were angry. Her fantastic poem, Australia, begins with the words, "You big ugly, you too empty." Her poems were thick, fierce, heavy, unapologetic. My poem was angry too, but it wasn't thick or heavy. Its letters exploded across the page, sharing space with silence. I'm going to read the poem now and also share it on the screen. And it was published here in New Poets 7 back in 2002, I think. Okay. Stammerer. I know the cruelty of consonants, the sweet, deep swish of the fish gaping vowels. Burst! Burst! I want to float. Soft drifting word sea, slide through meaning, weightless, fluid, bright. But kookaburra laugh. Helicopter wings whirring, shatter air. You guess my words, steal, rip from my throat, cut. With clear tongue, precise mouth, cruel. My words, choking, knocking, flapping, dying moths, stillborn. Concrete poetry is the perfect way to express a stammer because in concrete poetry, words are unruly and draw attention to their own physicality. When I think of how to express a stammer, I think of visual and not just auditory images. My words have blurred or broken edges, they slide out of control, they get stuck like physical things. It was with joy that I claimed the tools offered me by concrete poetry. The little I, words in capital letters, words flung wildly around the page, forward slashes, consonants, all in a row. I was not cool enough to use the little I consistently in my poetry. The little I was cute, apologetic, edgy, self-conscious. But here, in this poem, it belonged. Tiny, articulated, dwarfed by some of the taller letters, jauntily carrying its little hat. I, capital letter I, did not exist here. I was just a little letter, lost among the others, tossed about in a fraught wind of scattered consonants. There is anger in this poem. There is frustration. But there is also a bewildered, gentle love for my lost words. I stroke their heads, I gather them in. The last word, stillborn, I'd wondered about investing with a double meaning. First, there are my belated, broken words that to my mind miss the mark, come too late. But on the other hand, they, at least many of them, do arrive eventually. They are still born. The title of the poem, Stammerer, claims an identity as one who stammers in a way that was different to anything I'd done before. These days, I accept this identity. I mention it at conference presentations, when I teach new classes, even sometimes when ordering a bus ticket. I've not continued to experiment with concrete poetry. The poems I write these days tend to be quieter affairs, and I've not, until recently, written anything else about my stammer. I am intrigued, however, by Andy Jackson's reading of stammering and lyric poetry in his essay, Caesura and the Deforming Poem, in which he draws attention to the way that gaps, breaks, and spaces are an integral part of all lyric poetry. This is something that rings true to me, and I would like to explore further. While the fierce anger and the feeling of being trapped and silenced are not things that I experience today in the same way, I'm glad to have written them down. I'm glad I've spoken them. I'm glad the poem exists. My stammer continues to shape the ways in which I read, write, and teach poetry, as indeed do those classes taught by Heather Kerr all those years ago. And for both of these things, I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melanie. Thank you for, you've got some really amazing comments coming up, and Bethany as well. So these are coming up in the group chat, and I just would like to remind you, if you have a question you'd like to pose for the panel discussion, you can pop that in the Q&A as well. Fantastic. Oh my gosh, so much to talk about. We will move on to
Professor Cobus Moorman now, and then we can discuss all of this amazingness at the end. So Cobus Moorman was born with spina bifida. He is Professor of Creative Writing in the Department of English Studies at the University of the Western Cape, South Africa. He's published 11 previous collections of poetry, 2 collections of plays, and a collection of short stories. He is a member of the Transcontinental Disability and Inclusion Africa Project, and he has edited numerous books, including Tilling the Hard Soil, Poetry, Prose and Art by South African Writers Living with Disabilities. And recently, Notes from the Body, Health, Illness, Trauma. Cobus, I'd like to invite you now to present to us. The title of your paper is Full Risk, an exploration of alternative embodiment and poetic practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bronwyn. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like Melanie, I am outside Australia. I am in South Africa, so it is the morning here, but it is a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank Amanda Tink and her team for all their hard work in setting up this conference. Before I begin, I would like to make a caveat. Although I'm going to use the word body here throughout my reading, my definition of this word does not prioritize the physical over the cognitive or the neurological. In my philosophy, there is no division between flesh and mind and nerves. They are all part of the complicated nexus of the human body. Let me begin then with a quotation from the ancient Greek poet Sappho. May I write words more naked than flesh, stronger than bone, more resilient than sinew, sensitive than nerve. I have begun with this fragment from Sappho because it does 2 very important things for me. 2 things that are, or more accurately, have gradually become fundamental and defining to my written work, whether it be creative or critical, and to my thinking. Defining, in fact, of my very way of being in the world. In essence, Sappho holds together here in this fragment the 2 key aspects of who I am: the word and the body. The word that is slow and stumbling and unbalanced. The word that is unsure of the ground beneath its feet, that trips and falls over even the thinnest blue line on the page. The body that is slow and broken, the body that is incomplete, that leaks, that has a hole where there should originally have been bone and nerves and sinew. And in my short presentation today, I would like to explore the complex ways in which these 2 fundamental aspects of myself, embodiment and literary practice, have rubbed up against each other, chafed, broken the skin, and flowed into each other. In doing so, they have set up a new, other, strange element, a new chemical reaction that has brought me to understand language and myself and my relation to others in a different way. And I will be attempting to understand this new element through a reading of a few poems from my latest collection, Full Risk, published last year. I was born with a spina bifida at L4, with a myelomeningocele, to be specific. That fortunately only affected the lower half of my body. For much of my childhood and into my adolescence, I didn't know what spina bifida was, even though it lived with me and was me. I just knew that I had to wear heavy black boots with knee-high calipers, that I couldn't run or jump, that I walked differently, that I preferred to use my arms rather than my legs, that I preferred sliding on the ground even rather than walking, that I had trouble controlling my bladder, that almost every year I had to have another operation on one of my legs, operations which, once I started school, would have to be done in December, in Christmas, so that I would have 6 weeks to recover. 6 weeks usually in plaster of Paris, in the hottest time of the year, in bed or in a wheelchair, listening to the sounds of the world happening outside, happening somewhere else, without me, a world that excluded me. And in order to deal with this physical exclusion, this physical difference, I put all my energies into my mind. I read incessantly. I stayed up all night listening to the radio in the dark. South Africa only got television in the mid-70s. Imagining myself different to who I really was. Imagining myself to be invisible, really. In psychoanalytical terms, I was unconsciously splitting myself off from myself so that I could deny the parts of myself that I perceived to be weak and shameful, the parts that I had internalized as failings. It helped me cope with mirrors, with girls, with the gaze of others. After all, disability is a specular moment, as Leonard J. Davis has commented. In this way, then, I separated my disability from me, and I from it. Disability was something that had happened to me, but it was not me. As Sandra Coopers argues, my disability was the shape of an individual body, but not that body's identity. And it was not me precisely because it was inescapably so very much inseparable from me. A twisted, tangled knot of feeling and incomprehension, so very similar to that original knot of bloody nerves that the surgeon discovered at the base of my spine when I entered the world. But I did not own this tangle. I did not own me or belong to me yet. Poetic language is the thing that actually helped me return fully to my body and to inhabit it from the inside out. The oblique, elusive, undefined, uncertain, unpredictable, vulnerable, ungraspable, marginal vocabulary of words in search of words swaying on the thin blue line of my notebook, scrabbling for a handhold on the wide open screen of my laptop. For all poems, as Jane Hirschfield writes, hold a knowledge elusive and multiple, unsayable in any other way. And this unsayable in any other way of poetry is precisely the way that a disabled person experiences themselves in the world. And it is the very characteristic of crip poetry which foregrounds asymmetry and alterity, asymmetrical and alternate ways of hearing, thinking, moving, loving, longing. But I will pause here and become practical. Let me read a few poems from my collection. Fall risk. If you wouldn't mind sharing the screen, please. The title of this collection is a direct reference to the yellow plastic bracelet that I was given recently in hospital following surgeries to my shoulder and neck and brain. The body is twisted. The body is tangled. The body dissolves. Always only the sky. Only old stones left behind. And the wind from a long way before. Next, please. The strength of the sky is failing. Its arms so thin now, almost see-through. The sky can no longer hold its arms above its head. It barely can discern from which direction the future comes, front or behind, east or west. The sky is stalled on the steep edge of destiny, tilting away from the trees, away from the hope of the trees. Thank you. Skin is a machine for feeling things the way needles do. Skin does not make a sound, even turned inside out. Skin is so tired, its glue comes undone in the bath. Skin has to be carried everywhere that it wants to go. And because there was nowhere for him to put his legs with his book open upon them, he had to unclip them from the wall there where they were hooked, zipper and rope, and he had to fold them once, twice, this way, then that, left flap over right, like a paper bird, like a paper star, a woman with all her thirst wrapped up and wet inside her plastic heart, and he had to tie them up with a Velcro strap, this way, then that, and now his book had nowhere to put its arms and its old shoulder, and there was nowhere for his eyes to go, and he just had to hang there in the air like that, like an old, slow noose. The wind again is turning all of the trees inside out. Same wind that is slamming every door shut behind me. I no longer can use my arms to walk or even roll. And it is the same underbelly of the sky as before, and still. Drilling down now, the only direction to go. There are holes in my feet where the rain comes in. And when I bend down to take off my legs, only the pattern of my socks remains. There is a gap between the wind and the rain in the shape of the cold. And when I push up my arms into the bottom of the ocean, only old sand is there, And the final story is about the man who could neither bend his back nor turn his neck. The man who could not stop leaking cerebrospinal fluid from every orifice of his body. The man who could not take a step without wading through the thick, sticky liquid that his body could neither keep in nor stop producing. The man at last, whose only movements left were those of his wide open eyes and his cracked tongue. Thank you. So these are just a few fragments from my recent poetry. Poetry which all bears implicitly, like the pattern of socks after you have taken your legs off, the imprint of hospital beds, of needles, beeping monitors, and hands in thin, sheer gloves. Poetry that looks out beyond the hospital window and finds there a sky and trees. But what is the sky, I ask myself over and again? What are these trees? Are they real? Are they symbols? What is a tree in a poem if it cannot be both real and fictional at one and the same time? He does not have to choose which one it is. And this I've slowly come to realize, and also slowly understand that if a poem is any good at all, then the tree that stands there leaning its thin rattles away from the end is also leaning inside me. And the leaning inside me is tangled up somewhere in between the outside and the inside. Somewhere between where my words for that liminal space meets up against my words for my disjointed yet fully fleshed experience of that moment. And this gives me thus a new definition and a new understanding of me as I am in this body. A new understanding that is made anew over and again, line by line, fragment by fragment, broken step by broken step. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Cobus. I the the love hearts are just flying all over the screen and have been through this whole session. Thank you so much. There's been so much from the audience as well, so many beautiful comments, and obviously a lot of people relating and resonating with these very different lived experiences of disability and these amazing pieces of poetry, which we've been so privileged to share today. We only have a couple of minutes. And I don't have any questions in the Q&A, but just so many beautiful comments and reflections in the chat, which I especially found quite interesting discussions about the interplay between auditory, visual, and tactile experiences of poetry, which we've had a little look at today with the visual work as well as the auditory. Yeah, everyone's just loving in the chat. So I'd just like to thank all of our wonderful presenters today. We have, of course, we had Bethany Evans, followed by Melanie Duckworth, and finishing with Cobus Moorman. And we're going to have a 15-minute break before session 7, which is starting at 2:30 Adelaide time and is titled Grappling with Traditional Writing Theory. So thank you so much to everyone, and thanks to Brooke and Therese who have done our amazing interpreting, Mandy, the live captioning, and to Jess White and Amanda Tink for bringing all of this together. There's so much that we're going to, I imagine, continue on from here. I'll be looking out for these amazing presenters' work, their academic and creative publications, that's for sure. So I hope it won't be the last time that we connect. Thank you so much.
Okay, everyone, let's get started. My name is Katarina Bryant. I'm a lecturer at UniSA and also a disabled writer myself. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Disabled People's Creative Writing Online Symposium. And this session is Grappling with Traditional Writing Theory. I'd also like to begin by acknowledging that the University of South Australia and where I am today is on the traditional country of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains. I recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land, and acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. So our first paper has Jenny and BS presenting today, and I'm going to be reading out their bios and then straight over to them to take you away. We will be having, as a bit of housekeeping, questions at the end with the whole group. So if you have questions as the presentations go, please put them in the chat, and at the end I will read them out and we can all discuss them. Jenny Headley is a writability mentor, digital writing teacher and third-year creative writing PhD candidate at RMIT University, whose work has appeared in Archer, Cordite, Crawl Space, Diagram, Griffith Review, Nitro Creative Matters, Journal of Positive Sexuality, Mascara, Overland, Rabbit, The Suburban Review, Sydney Review of Books, Text, Verity La, Westerly, and Admissions, Voices in Mental Health. Jenny refuses to separate her lived experience of obsessive-compulsive disorder, depression, and anxiety from her academic work. She lives on unceded Boon Wurrung land with her son. B.S. Wyndon thought he saw a figure in the dark, standing over him and taking notes. Thankfully, it was just a memory. He writes creative nonfiction, poetic explosions, and stories about all sorts and you-knows. His research is interested in the aesthetic form of neurodivergent literary memoir, but he is interested in old cartoons and other such silly things. So take it away, you two.
Thank you so much. It's really funny hearing that version of my bio after Jenny's really prestigious sounding one. Before we get started, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the lands where I'm zooming in from and invite everyone to consider the lands that you're currently zooming in on and participating in this on, the lands that you live on, work on, participate in life on, and how the traditional owners of that land have looked after it for generations until settlement arrived here. The settlers arrived and disrupted that. And I would invite you to consider how you could help lead us towards a better place of reconciliation in regards to that. So I'd like to thank and acknowledge the Wajak people. I'm zooming in from Perth today, from a hotel room in Perth, and pay my respects to the elders past and present. So to get started, I wanted to tell a little story about myself as a child. I've been obsessed with professional wrestling my entire life. And when I was a kid, I would always wear these wrestling shirts all the time, acknowledging my favorite wrestlers. I wanted everyone to know who my favorites were. And I had this memory when we were discussing this whole this whole panel, this whole paper type thing. This memory of myself coming out of the bedroom wearing a t-shirt with Shawn Michaels on it. Now, Shawn Michaels is a really flamboyant, effeminate wrestler. His gimmick was basically a male stripper, and when he'd get in the ring, he'd like do this little dance and like take his clothes off. I'm not going to take my clothes off, but he'd do this really charismatic dance. And I walked out of my bedroom, and my dad and my uncle were there chatting, and my uncle's like, "Who's the gay guy on your shirt?" And I was like, "Oh, well, he's actually a world champion wrestler, I'll have you know." And my uncle was like, why do you like him so much? Looking back on it, I know I can see that he was trying to bait me into some kind of controversial argument. But instead, I went on this whole ramble about pro wrestling, and my dad was like, don't ask him anything about it. But it was too late. The lid had been pulled off the container, and I began to unload and acknowledge his entire history as a wrestler and his story arc to world champion. And every time that there'd be like this quiet moment, my dad would try to move the conversation away, but I would like jet back in there, and I could see that frustration and that anger on my dad's face because of what?
I'm just going to use the timer to keep us on track. So the question is, how do we put a box around the uncontainable? We experience the constant pressure to crush things into limits, time, words, genres, format. For example, we only get 20 minutes to present our first 2 PhD milestones. How can we squish everything in? BS and I talked about ways that we cheat the rigid system to demonstrate multiple things at once. This stems from our obsessive natures and hyperfixation on things, wanting to cover everything within a certain context all at once. We also talked about how central tangents are to our methodology. We each present material at our milestones, which is parallel to the research. BS, I'm a big fan of the way you fulfill your milestone presentation requirements in a theatrical and improvisational style, which is ridiculously entertaining, but also a way of enacting your research methodology for the panel and your peers.
Thank you. Yeah, so in my milestone presentations for my PhD, I've done some alternative things to present I suppose an actual representation of my mind. Things like setting timed prompts, and when the timer goes off, not finishing my thoughts, because that's how my neurodivergent brain works. It goes around in circles. It goes all over the place. It's constantly cutting itself off and moving on to something new. And then occasionally I'll remember, hey, wait, I was talking about something else. And so I'll move back there. And so I use this style of presentation with my PhD milestones as a way to share my frustration with how my brain can be with things. And when I read neurotypical readings and I don't understand them, I'm left to,
So for my second milestone, I handed in a slice of research instead of capturing the overall research trajectory. I knew I was pushing the limits, but I didn't want to waste time doing things the correct way. Instead, I delved into excess as methodology, offering a bricolage of tangents. There's a method to the madness that requires people trust that I will see my infuriatingly divergent paths through to fruition, that there will be some cohesion, which I will arrive at through what I am calling a critical mess literature. There's patterns within patterns, but if you don't understand the way my mind circles, ruminates, obsesses, loops back, then I probably just appear lost. So my research is driven by a compulsion to know what to do with personal and inherited archives. I used my milestone document to work through nascent thinking on excess, and then my presentation was entirely different. I edited together a photo montage of me shipping my late mother's archives from overseas. I played interactive digital poems that I coded, inspired by diary entries. I showcased shadow boxes I constructed out of archival detritus. And I read a sexy excerpt from a manuscript in process, which grew from the archives. And my panelists exclaimed that my presentation was nothing like my packet, and I cried on the street. So there's this big issue we face of having to communicate our tacit knowledge, the whys of all our tangents, having to erect signposts for others to keep up. BS, can you speak to this?
Yes, yeah, I can. Thank you. I felt bad for laughing about you crying on the street, but the delivery was perfect. um, yeah, so I always struggle with these expectations on the language that we're meant to use. And there's this fantastic researcher who sadly has passed away, Mel Baggs, who has this fantastic video out there. I think, Jenny, if you're able to share the link in the chat, but the video is called In My Language. And they use it to share how they communicate with the world. And when I first saw that, it really kind of opened something in my approach to things, because the way I see the world is it feels so complex to sort out how I understand, how I digest things, how I can make sense of things. It all felt like so much. What doesn't feel like so much to me, though, are special interests that I've had my entire life. Like I mentioned earlier, obsessed with professional wrestling. I have been my entire life. To understand things, I often will take it into my head and then translate it into pro wrestling speak using the lingo and phrasing and character arcs and the whole mythos and hidden language of pro wrestling as a way to understand it. And then I will translate it into that manner and then almost have to like translate it back so I can have these conversations, which feels unfair. It feels really unfair to me. So I've started trying to advocate for us translating things into how we understand them, and then not worrying about translating them back, and trusting that readers and audiences and people sitting in on lectures or anything will be able to discern what we're talking about. Because, we're not monkeys, we're not animals. When we talk about things with passion, people will start to understand it. I've also, as a way to understand the whole process of a PhD, I created a PhD Dex, which is like using the Pokedex from Pokemon as a way to format and structure my whole.
So let's talk more about how research translates or doesn't. So we're always talking about accessibility in research, the idea of how a lot of the world won't make itself accessible for certain people. So what happens when our research through lived experience is supposed to be made accessible for people without that lived experience?
Oh, yes. So neuronormative people, they won't always put in the effort to make those associative leaps. Acceptance in scholarly journals relies on either lived experience or the generosity of the reviewer. And oftentimes it feels like, have they even read the article when they say, do this how it's always been done. Do this how it's always been done. It's old, rusty white men who are so embedded in the industry, keeping those gates closed just because they had to do it in a certain way.
Yeah, I had a reviewer for an article I wrote about depression, suicidal ideation, performative testimonies, purposefully taking a queer, feminist, auto-theoretical lens. And I got a reviewer who was generally against the whole feminist auto theory project. So I dug my claws in for a redraft. And then after erecting all the signposts I had been pressured to erect, I was accused of showing, not telling. The other feedback I tend to get is that I continually circle around the thing rather than arriving at some definitive conclusion following a typical narrative arc. And when I brought this up with you, BS, you proposed circling as method.
Yeah, because it doesn't do it justice to just say the thing. Sometimes it does it more justice when we talk around the thing and go around it to get your audience to really appreciate the way that you're doing it. Rumination, constant returning to the thing. The point is not the resolution so much as the thinking through it.
And so given all of this, like, why are we both still so publishing obsessed?
I think a desperate need for validation, tick mark of approval from big publisher daddy, coming from being traditionally downplayed by others, then finding a place where ways of knowing are valued. Imposter syndrome, wanting to prove a worth. This is a way of protecting ourselves by having that shiny seal of approval placed on us when we've constantly been underplayed by.
Me. Accept me, validate me.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. We were chatting recently, and we've invented like this archetype of this particular type of academic, this particular type of gatekeeper that refuses to allow allow people with alternative ways of doing things in. Inspired by the whole idea of the Karen, we've called him Rupert. Rupert. It feels like that nice, like rusted on old white man, sitting on the board of education. I don't know what those things are. The board of education. I imagine he's got a gavel and like a white wig. Or maybe that's a law thing. I don't know. But he's there, and when he sees like these papers come in that are so alternative and different, he just like smacks them with his gavel. Nope, out you go. We're not using that. We like the ideas, but you need to outwardly explain them. Okay, this next bit, Jenny, I've realized is not going to work. Because of how the Zoom thing is going, it like cuts us off when one of us starts talking.
Oh, we can both exist.
We can try. We can try and see how it works.
Yes. So for the past few years, I've been circling around
and I would like to talk about low art theory and the Silly Archive.
Attuning to what arises from drawing upon archives as source material for
because all of this stuff kind of really influences how I do things, and bringing in things like silly cartoons, comic books, and video games, and
Jane Bennett describes how the archive itself has agentic capacity. I see myself as just a cog in the archival apparatus. And
SpongeBob SquarePants works in this under the water restaurant where they make these meat patties called Krabby Patties, and he's like,
sorry to interrupt. It's to raise one of the Auslan interpreters. Although I don't know if this works for Zoom or not. Excuse me. It is nigh impossible for us to interpret when you're both speaking over each other, especially without a pause in the middle. So I don't know if you can adapt it somehow to allow us to interpret. That would be, necessary. Great, necessary.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Apologies to upset the dynamic.
Yeah, we had a note here that how we intended this part to play out was meant to be incomprehensible for everyone. Like, we thought we'd be able to hear both of us speaking at the same time. So the idea was going to be that the interpreter wouldn't be able to interpret it because the listeners wouldn't be able to listen. Unfortunately, Zoom, it doesn't work how we had planned. And as this was going on, I was like, oh, this last kind of demonstration isn't going to work.
But it kind of like represents the incomprehensibility of us being like forced into these boxes in the research process, and just how like incomprehensible the whole PhD structure feels for, you know, neurodivergent beep, 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 beep,
Yeah.
and time's up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, BS and Jenny. That was incredible. I hope, Jenny, you're available for people to hire you out to be our own personal beepers. There's also quite a need and a market for this Pokedex in the chat. But I'd like to remind everyone here, I'm sure you're buzzing with questions. Feel free to put them in the chat or to just think about them till the end. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Clem. So Dr. Clem Bastow, they, them, is a senior tutor in screenwriting at the University of Melbourne and an award-winning critical autism studies researcher. They have contributed chapters to edited collections, including Investigating Stranger Things, Palgrave Macmillan 2021, and Comebacks, Cameos in Camp, The Return of the Aging Star, WSU Press 2025. Clem's debut nonfiction book, Late Bloomer, Hardy Grant Books, was published in 2021, and they are co-editor with Joe Case of Someone Like Me, an anthology of nonfiction by autistic writers, UQP 2025. Clem also works as a screenwriter and neurodiversity consultant for film and TV, most recently for Spooky Files. Take it away, Clem.
Thanks, Katerina. Hi, everyone. What an amazing couple of days it's been. I wanted to just acknowledge that I'm zooming in from unceded Wurundjeri Woiwurrung land, where I work and live. And it's currently, I think, cooling season. It looks very frosty and hailing outside, so it's nice to be in by the computer. Also, for some reason, I keep disappearing into my Zoom background, so I just look like a disembodied head. But I'm kind of enjoying that because I feel like that is very TGIF. So I'm going to share my slides. Also, my background is the Yavin 4 Rebel base from Star Wars, which I keep forgetting to change, but you know, it is basically where I live in my mind. So I'm just going to share my slides and I will speak to them as we go along. Give me 1 second. Desktop, yes. Wouldn't be a Zoom without someone trying to use the share screen functionality. All right. So the first slide is my title, and it is Attention to Detail, Reframing Weak Central Coherence Theory Through Autism Poetics by Dr. Clem Bastow, University of Melbourne. So what am I talking about? Well, it's first I wanted to start with, it wouldn't be a Clem presentation if I didn't begin with a meme. So I've started with a favorite. I was thinking of how to best visually represent the idea of how it feels to exist, research, and create while autistic. So I've used an image of the Looney Tunes cartoon character Wile E. Coyote, and he's gazing skywards as his eyes bulge as a boulder plummets towards him, no doubt a boulder that he's tried to use to trap and kill the Roadrunner. This is how I feel on a day-to-day basis. But I've included it in this presentation because, firstly, I like to be consistent, but also just to preface that this is very much a work in progress. I feel like this is still quite nascent in terms of how I'm thinking through how detail works in creative writing and in my own practice. There's a few reasons for that. I only have a 10% research allocation in my workload. And a lot of my time outside of work is taken up, somewhat ironically, with what I believe Jasper earlier today referred to as the F and the NDIS. Also, perimenopause is currently hitting me like a Looney Tunes boulder. So with all that in mind, it also takes me a long time to process things. So I'm really glad that I'm no longer working in digital journalism, because that used to be, you know, quick turnaround. I had to sort of think about things and write them and hand them in within a 24-hour time frame. And so now that I don't have to do that, I can take a lot longer. But yeah, so with that in mind, let me go to the next slide. So I'll read you the slides and then I'll speak to them. So this one is M. Remy Yurgo on autism as invitation. And they say, quote, "I believe that disclosure represents a particular kind of inventional site within autism land. Because autism in the cultural imagination is an ambiguous and often mystery-laden construct, any disclosure around autism invokes questions, invokes guesswork, incites demands for particularity. One cannot claim autism without being pressed for more information, more cross-examination, more refutation, more response, more words flowing from more mouths." End quote. So all of my research and writing is in constant conversation with these ideas of disclosure. And what we touched on a bit yesterday in the discussion about these ideas of the non-disabled or neurotypical, or in my case, non-autistic gaze. And I guess having written a bit about autism and as an autistic person in non-fiction, I'm not really keen to explain, with air quotes, autism through that clinical lens anymore, or focus on diagnosis anymore. I know that's ironic, having written a book that was framed as a story of diagnosis. Not my choice necessarily. So I'm really interested in repurposing some of these autistic experiences and behaviours which are commonly clinicalised as, in inverted commas, problematic, and how this manifests in creative writing, as opposed to non-fiction, really interests me. So, irony alert, I wanted to start with the clinical, because this is what I'm repurposing. So the next slide is a short explainer of so-called weak central coherence theory. So this is from a paper by Gambra, Magayon and Crespo Aguilas from 2024, and they say, quote, "A person with difficulty in central coherence, that is, a preference for analytical processing rather than global processing, has a specific difficulties in simultaneously processing information, perceived, and in giving coherent integral meaning to that information. The cognitive style of such a person is therefore characterized by a tendency to process details." So there's quite a few ways to explain so-called weak central coherence. It's not exclusive to autistic people, but it is observed as something which is quite common to autistic experience. And I guess the kind of classic version of that is that it is about not seeing the forest for the trees. But what I'm trying to do with this research and with my creative writing, I guess, is argue what is a forest but it's trees? You know, is this necessarily a problem? I don't think it is. And as my next slide demonstrates, Phil Schwartz defends the autistic experience by saying, what is so intrinsically wrong about hand flapping, about narrow and unusual interests, about an aesthetic sensibility attuned to repetition or detail, rather than holistic gestalt, or objects rather than people? So too much, air quotes heavily implied, is a term that autistic people are very familiar with. But I think in a creative writing context, too much detail is a very familiar complaint that I observe both in the critique of other autistic writers, but also in feedback that I've received myself. So questions like, you know, why does my screenplay scene text focus so much on the textures and sounds of a space rather than what the characters are doing, or you know, how their physicality explains what they're feeling? Why do my short stories spend so much time on the micro as opposed to these more macro ideas of emotion, the sort of somatic reactions of characters. So in saying all this, just to move to my next slide, Julia Meal Rodas cautions against constraining autistic expression. She says, the reduction of language into sets of rules and patterns for the purposes of analysis and critical discussion is recognised here as a kind of falsification, and any rigid insistence on particulars would necessarily be a betrayal of autistic creativity, diversity, and plasticity. So, I mean, Julia is one of the theorists who is sort of most central to my work, and Remy Yergo is the other. So I sort of just wanted to note that in observing this over attention to detail as a commonality that I feel I share with certain autistic writers. I'm not suggesting that every autistic writer has the same practice. I definitely have autistic colleagues and friends whose work is so macro that it's kind of like putting a GoPro camera on one of those reverse bungee cords and like zooming it up into the sky. So to use another meme, here we have Pingu sitting on a wooden chair with his arms crossed, and he looks annoyed, and the yellow text reads, well, now I am not doing it. Just kidding. I love to make lists and I love to look for patterns. So for the purposes of this presentation, that's what I'm doing. I am not constraining autistic expression, but I am observing something that I think is an important part of it. So in both my research and in my creative writing, I'm really interested in Rodas's observation of the non-autistic position on autistic, quote, language as a puzzle to be solved, end quote. So I guess the rest of this presentation is just a selection of observations that I've made of how detail focus manifests in autistic creative writing, and the ways in which I'm interested to use it myself, or the ways in which I do use it myself. So to begin with, I have a quote from Nisha Dolan, Irish writer, on autistic writing and reading as autistic. And she says, it's not only that I theoretically value rigor over vibes, although I do. Clarity is an emotional experience for me. This is so fucking specific. Fuck yes, I think, as I read someone like Nabokov or Sayaka Murata or Mary Levin. That's what loving a book feels like for me. So this is an excerpt from Nisha's amazing essay, Show, Don't Tell is Broken, which, as it happens, appears in the international edition of Someone Like Me, which is out in a couple of weeks. But Nisha's essay isn't specifically about detail in creative writing as an autistic person, but I think it's such a passionate argument for different ways of approaching creative writing that I really wanted to include it. But also I see similarities in Nisha's argument in favour of non-somatic description and my own interest in too much detail as expressive rather than obsessive or pedantic. So again, it's about flipping this clinicalized behaviour or clinicalized expression and thinking about this as valuable instead. And I really just, I'm sure it's obvious, but I don't think this is about the superhero, superpower model, which I think is also not helpful. But instead, it's about reclaiming many of these expressive qualities of autism, which are commonly, so much of the discourse around autism from non-autistic people is usually about communication, and how we're not good at it, or we're sort of deficient in some way. So that's what I'm doing here, by reframing this attention to detail. So my first excerpt is from Madeline Ryan's novel, A Room Called Earth, which came out in, I think it was 2020, or fact check. And she writes, I soaked in warm water with Epsom salts and castor oil and vitamin C and diatomaceous earth and bush flower essences and bicarb soda and peony rose petals from the garden. And then a few lines later, she writes, peonies are my homegirls. I've got fluffy pink angel cheeks, voluminous fairies petticoats, wholesome looking etched salmons, electric yellow clair de lunes, sumptuous coral charms, and fuchsia coloured first arrivals. and wedding gown white mother's choices all moving in circles around one another, and they've gone absolutely wild. So Malin Ryan's book is full of these amazing, really granular lists. And it was really interesting. I remember at the time that it came out, because I was still at that point pretty new to my self-knowledge as an autistic person. And so it was interesting to read people react to the writing, because in a way I kind of felt like, oh, is this what they think of us? And they were split between this really strange kind of othering level of praise from non-autistic critics about, you know, this gift of an insight into a neurodiverse perspective. And then some really truly bewildering critiques in the wretched hive of scum and villainy known as Goodreads. But one of the things that people seemed to respond really poorly to was the so-called lack of interiority or emotional content. But to me, I think the level of detail offers a really incredible insight into the inner world of the narrator. And, you know, as the book goes on, there is more kind of consideration of emotions, other people. But to me, the level of detail in so many of these sequences is really, I find it really moving. Like I said, I'm sort of still processing it. But yeah, that was the one that I wanted to start with. The next excerpt is from Helen Hoang's The Kiss Quotient from 2018, which is a romance novel about an autistic protagonist. And this quote, well, the hollandaise and egg yolk from her crab cakes Benedict had run together, and she attempted to separate the yellow liquids with the tip of her fork. I didn't accept the promotion. It was a principal econometrician position that would have had 5 direct reports beneath me and require much more client interaction. I just want to work on the data. So I really love this moment. I think Helen Hoang is such a great writer, but to me, this speaks to what Nisha Dolan is writing about when she discusses how emotionality isn't necessarily communicated through somatic information. So, you know, that information that we might typically expect in a moment like that, which is about, are her cheeks blushing? You know, does her heart rate get higher? I mean, I can only speak for myself. I rarely know what's happening in my body. So it's very hard for me to write that of a character. And I think what's really communicated in this moment is that we can really comprehend Stella's feelings by the attention to the minute detail of the sauce and the egg yolk running together on the plate. And I think it's something that, you know, I can imagine trying to put my non-autistic hat on as an editor, something that might be dismissed as irrelevant or too much information that or cut in favor of information about what Stella is feeling or how her emotions are experienced in her body. And a slightly different version, I guess, comes from Patrick Marlborough's Knock Loose, which just came out this year. So the quote from this book, the Nutter King had gone as far as to deny the MP his right to fight, dismissing his chosen champion, Don Coyote's chief, Harlan Panzer, out of hand. This alone was enough to cause a stir in the local, state, and national media. But what wasn't reported on was the fate of the outlaw known as the Bugger Bandit, who was dragged in chains from the drunk tank and thrown into the castle's dungeon, the old dunny out back, to await his punishment. So Knock Loose is really interesting to me. Patrick, I think, is a bit of a self-styled, you know, enfant terrible. But it's really interesting because to me, this book, the detail operates on such a broad scale that it might not immediately read as detail. So it's kind of the macro operating as the micro. So it's a book where, you know, this whole fictional town and the history of this kind of, you know, Ren Fair type event is written as though it exists. So there's maps, there's, you know, websites, fake kind of fan forums. And I was reading a review in Arts Hub that Eric Mayer wrote, and they write, in the movie Amadeus, Emperor Joseph criticizes Mozart's work. There are simply too many notes. He may well have levelled a similar critique about too many words at Marlborough had he had the privilege of reading his outstanding book. And I think it's a really interesting book because to me that detail really shines through. It's what, you know, might be considered monologuing or kind of pedantic in its level of cataloguing of this fake world. And so just finally to dunk on myself, this is an excerpt from a short story called Night Shift, which is a science fiction excuse me, speculative fiction short story. Hanny smiled to herself as she passed the plates through the water methodically from right to left, turning them upside down to push the food scraps towards the drain grate, where the leftovers were vacuumed away to be sorted and reprocessed, then lifting the plates back out of the water and into the big grey steam cleaner trays. It was true, she was very good at her job. Grace followed David to the next station, where the workbench split into 3 white-rolled conveyors, one each for crockery, cutlery, glassware, to be spirited away into the kitchen. And the food, David and Hanny replied in tandem, "Not our problem." Grace laughed. "No automation?" David shook his head. "The condensation fucked up the circuitry. They keep that shit for the kitchen proper. We dishies stay in the dark ages where we like it." So this is a work I've been working on a long time, a series of interconnected sci-fi stories. And I'm really interested in how little broader world building and exposition I can get away with. Not because I don't think it's important or I don't like it. You know, like I love to read that in science fiction. I love to read those huge epic kind of world building tales like The Expanse. But I'm kind of using detail in these stories as a really intentional, I guess, part of the practice. And so, you know, I'm sort of thinking in this story, for example, you know, what can I bury or kind of convey through granular detail about, for example, in this case, how a commercial kitchen operates that will communicate the fact that the characters live in this world, which is post-water crisis, post-food crisis. You know, what about this character stealing, if you like, the leftovers out of this big sink, you know, can communicate that without me having to have a paragraph where I say, in 2000 and whatever, you know, this happened and this was another water ran out, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, you know, TBC, it's still a work in progress, but I'm enjoying leaning into that because it's things that I suppose I traditionally, you know, trying to kind of filter my writing through that so-called neurotypical gaze, whatever that is, you know, would kind of pull back from that and not kind of follow those rabbit holes into detail and into the sort of, in inverted commas, pedantic quality of autistic writing that I think is really important to me. And so just to finish with a slide that I'm sure Caitlin is very sick of me sharing at this point, but this is an excerpt from Caitlin McGregor's essay on autistic memoir that they wrote for the Sydney Review of Books. What would autistic storying look like if it wasn't defining itself through and against psychiatry, but establishing itself on its own terms? What would autistic writing look like if instead of slipping into an established popular genre, it invented its own literary forms? If we stopped spending energy and pages directly contending with outdated stereotypes, which countless books and articles have debunked by now, what would we have to say? So once again, thank you, Caitlin, for this guiding principle. But yeah, when I read this last year, it really just stood out to me as something that I think, you know, I still can't answer, but this is very much something that I think guides my work as I move from non-fiction into fiction. And I think it's really important to share as a call to arms in terms of autistic creative writing. I'm really interested in the ways in which autistic experiences and behaviours are embodied on the page. So things like repetition, lists, info dumping, stimming, language partitioning, monologuing, looping, and so on and so on. So as someone moving from non-fiction to fiction, what does that look like? I don't quite know yet, but hopefully this has been, you know, an interesting serving suggestion. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clem. That was fantastic. And I'm sure we all have lots of questions tucked away. We're not going to ask you to answer Caitlin's question, though, because we're a bit kinder to ourselves on a Friday afternoon. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Juan and Christian. So Juan Camilo Ospina Diaza is an anthropologist from Pontificia Universidad Javeriana with master's degree in social studies and cultural management, currently completing a master's in bioethics. He holds diplomas in the right to health and social appropriation of knowledge. He has experience in social research, public health, and education, particularly in participatory methodologies and knowledge co-creation. He has taught at several universities in Colombia and is involved in projects on health and education, particularly in participatory methodologies and knowledge co-creation. He is a member of the Bioethics Research Group at Pontificia Universidad Javeriana. Professor Christian Gustavo Gutierrez Pinzon has a Bachelor in Social Sciences with a Master's degree in Social Studies from the Universidad Pedagógica Nacional, with experience in both formal and informal education, focused on social work and raising awareness about disability issues. Christian has worked as a university lecturer and as an online trainer for social science teachers in territorial practices. Christian is currently working as a professor at Politécnico Gran Colombiano. Welcome, Christian and Juan, and take it away.
Well, thank you for this space. We have prepared a presentation in a written form, so the idea is that I will read it, and after that we can have a discussion about it. Well, so good afternoon. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land where this conference is being hosted and pay my respects to elder, past and present. My name is Juan Ospina, and together with my colleague Christian, we will be presenting our paper, Anthropology, Rethinking Method, Authority, and Differences in Social Sciences. In the social sciences, the implicit image of a professional is often young, able-bodied, neurotypical subject. Classic authors like Malinowski imagine the field worker as an invisible observer, an abstract figure who in practice embodied the European or American white heterosexual male. While intersectional scholarship has challenged the field historical whiteness and masculinity, ableism and ageism remain largely unexamined. Hypermobility, central to Malinowski's model of ethnography work, exemplifies the presumed able mind-body. This assumption is far from incidental, as anthropology and the social sciences more broadly claims epistemological authority to define and represent others, a power exercised through research, writing, and social transformation projects. Experts' discourses shape how lives are represented and how policies are designed, defined, and who counts as a legitimate producer of knowledge. Such biases determine who is recognized as a legitimate producer of knowledge and influence the ontologies, theories, methodologies, and sensory hierarchies that structure our disciplines. In doing so, they influence the ways neurodiversity and bodily diversity are represented and engaged in fieldwork. This paper draws on our fieldwork with centenarians, people with dementia, deaf communities, and people with physical disabilities. These encounters, including moments of failure and dislocation, show how dominant metaphors, especially those rooted in sight and coherence, privilege certain ways of knowing while marginalizing others. In response, we propose a research practices that open a space for alternative epistemologies informed by disability experience, challenging normative academic standards and fostering more diverse perspectives. Well, anthropology has a long tradition of interrogating categories of normality. The discipline has critically examined how societies define and regulate difference. Yet, despite this legacy, disability has often remained marginal, either absorbed under broader categories of deviance or reduced to medicalized framings of deficit. As Duban observes, while feminist, queer, and decolonial scholars have exposed the discipline androcentrism, heteronormativity, and colonial legacies, disability perspective and disability worlds are still under-theorized and rarely integrated into the anthropological canon. This absence is not merely theoretical. It is a reflection in the striking invisibility of anthropologists with disabilities within academia. Gold, for example, highlights the exclusion and marginalization of disabled scholars, pointing out that few have secured tenured positions compared to their non-disabled counterparts. A review of doctoral theses, textbooks, and ethnographies revealed the same pattern. While authors often reflect on how race, class, or gender shape their fieldwork, they rarely interrogate how their own corporality facilitates or constrains their research. Ableism thus remains a blind spot in the discipline's self-reflection. The normative image of the anthropologist aligns closely with the traits of a capable body-mind, physically, mobility, sensority, acuity, independence, resilience, and the stamina to endure extended fieldwork. Academic writing further reinforced this model, privileging consistency, control, and linear clarity. This tacit, able-bodied standard positioned the disabled anthropologist as a methodological abnormality, raising anxieties about whether such a body can legitimately perform the discipline core practices. As a result, when anthropology studies disability, it is often thus at arm's length without confronting its own embodied exclusions. Concrete examples of this dynamic appear in the Colombian context, where Espitia, Ojeda, and Amarillo document how anthropology students who move slowly, became ill, or ask for help in the field are shamed by peers and professors, leveling a body as a queen, in quotes, of course, functions as an insult, mobilizing stereotypes of weakness, cowardice, or femininity to police what counts as a proper fieldwork body. Here, vulnerability is seen as a failure and dependence as disqualification. This cultural logic revealed the depth of ableism in anthropological training. The ideal ethnographer is still imagined as an incorporeal observer, even though the discipline insists on the situated embodied nature of knowledge. Participant observation relies on performative and mimetic social skills that allow the researcher to be recognized in the field. This approach privilege a body that, while seen, goes largely unnoticed, blending in one among many. Although researchers are themselves observed while participating, the presence of a researcher with a visible disability inevitably alters the dynamic on their study. While autoethnography and proposals for more sensitive, diverse ethnography exist, they remain relatively uncommon. The discipline continues to prioritize methods grounded in seeing and listening. Such ocular-centristic approaches often overlook that information can also be gathered and organized through other senses. Interviews carry similar ableist biases. Both researchers and participants with or without disabilities. How should interviews be conducted when the body requires frequent breaks, information must be repeated, the interview use alternative communication system or additional support such as translator or assistive technologies are needed? Traditional techniques assume that information is valid only if conveying verbally, coherently, and with sustained attention, often disregarding other forms of communication. Although anthropologists are trained to observe gesture, bodily cues, and technically mediated expression, these alternative modes are still frequently marginalized, leaving verbal and linear narratives as the default standard for legitimate knowledge. In my experience, I was advised to focus on content analysis, statistic, and digital ethnography, as my body was perceived as fragile and incapable of occupying spaces where I might be at risk. Although these recommendations might have been motivated by the desire to care, they ultimately reproduce paternalism and bodily restriction by determining which topics, techniques, and methodologies are considered appropriate, that is, safe, and feasible for researchers with disabilities. This logic also limits the possibility of exploring alternative forms of research. Experiencing the body in the field in its multiple ways of being is crucial as it allows for the development of situated epistemologies and gives visibility to diverse perspectives. In this sense, the expectation of physical and cognitive ability is only directed at anthropologists, but also to the communities with which they work. Consequently, standard methodological tools such as interviews, social mapping, and participant observation are challenged when engaging with bodies that experience the world, although diverse, sensitive, and cognitive modalities. For instance, in a research project involving centenarians, the limitation of conventional interviews became evident. Some anthropologists expressed frustration when a man with dementia spoke slowly, was considered frequently incoherent, forgot the topic, or stayed from the subject, rendering his account seemingly unreliable in terms of order, coherence, or factual accuracy. In other instances, interviewers attempted to complete his sentence or insert their own interpretations, further highlighting the tension between methodological expectations and the realities of working with non-normative bodies. The crisis of representation in anthropology emerged when those once considered the discipline object began to speak, write, and theorize about their own lives, destabilizing the ethnographer authority as the sole interpreter. Disability pushes this rupture further. It exposes how anthropology has long relied on the fiction of a hypermobile, non-disabled researcher as the normative subject of knowledge. As Campbell reminds us, ableism is a, in quotes, network of belief, processes, and practices that produce a particular type of self and body, the body standard, projected as perfect characteristic of the species and therefore fully human, close quotes. Within this framework, disability is framed as a diminished state of being, making the disabled researcher appear epistemologically suspect. My own trajectory illustrates how this logic operates. As a researcher with a motor disability, I have encountered both overt and subtle forms of ableism violence. Job opportunities have been denied on the grounds of mobility requirements. Supervisors have discouraged me from conducting certain types of field work, and some in my body was too fragile for risky or logistically complex settings. Subtler violences persist as well. Infantilization, where I am treated as a minor needing supervision. Fetishization, where my body becomes an inspirational symbol that diminishes my intellectual contribution. And overexploitation, where I am expected to take on diversity and inclusion tasks regardless of my actual research focus. This experience revealed how disciplinary expectation about who can embody the role of researcher shapes access to opportunities, methods, and authority. At the same time, my academic path had been shaped by what I call epistemological ruptures, moments where dominant frameworks prove insufficient to account for lived experience of disability. The first crack came with questioning the medical rehabilitative models, which refine bodies primarily through a deficit and correction. A second emerged through post-structural and post-colonial theory, where metaphors such as monstrosity allow me to rethink disability beyond inclusion, and a force that unsettles normative categories. A third crack appeared through creep and queer feminist readings, which foreground flesh fluids and affects as sites of knowledge, challenging the sanitized linear narrative of academic writing. These ruptures did not provide a single alternative theory, but an open fissures in establishing paradigms and enable me to imagine more porous, embodied, and plural ways of knowing. For this reason, I must resist the temptation to position my testimony as a universal account of disability in anthropology. My motor disability does not grant me insight into the realities of those with sensory, intellectual, physiosocial, or neurodiverse disabilities. To claim otherwise will reproduce the same logic of generalization that erases complexity in other contexts. My authority is always partial, situated, and dialogical. It must be exercised in conversation with other researchers, both disabled and non-disabled, whose perspectives are equally essential to understanding the entanglements of corporeal power and knowledge. Recognizing this situatedness demands a methodological shift. Disability cannot simply be an object of anthropology. It must also be a standpoint from which to reimagine research practices. This involves acknowledging how ableism shapes not only the subjects we study, but also the conditions of our own participation in academia. In this sense, anthropology's challenge is not only to include disabled bodies in the field, but to accept them as a legitimate producers of theory and method. For this reason, it is crucial to develop methodologies grounded in phenomenology and situated practice, approaches that recognize alternative ways of understanding the world, challenge ocular centrism, and even treat what is conventional deemed undesirable as a legitimate forms of knowledge. In this sense, we propose exploring multisensory ethnographies and sociologies, which incorporate multiple senses to achieve a richer understanding of social reality and to expand the epistemologies and methodologies of traditional ethnography and social sciences. Employing multiple senses allow for a more nuanced and complex grasp of social phenomena. When sensory perception interact, they reveal contradictions and subtleties that remain invisible if only sight or any single sense is relied upon. Integrating all senses, sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, enables research to capture aspects of social life that are often overlooked, enriching analysis and uncovering phenomena relationships and contradictions that deepen our interpretation of social world. This approach emphasizes learning, which is why combining embodied itineraries with collective field diaries can illuminate alternative ways of understanding ourselves. In this vein, and to conclude, contradiction underscore the need to articulate multiple perspectives and sensory experience in research. Yet, rather than imagine a superhuman who perceives with all senses simultaneously, it is equally important to attend to body fluids and variation in bodily production. That is, to consider what we consume and how we situate ourselves in relation to the human, the non-human, and the environment. Situating bodies and radicalizing the multisensory, therefore, requires recognizing not only the 5 traditional acknowledged senses, but also other bodily signals and displacement that remain imperceptible. This approach enables to perceive and engage with the species, sounds, flavor, and textures of the social environment, always in complete, precarious, and relation. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Juan and Christian. That was incredible. I've written in my notebook in really bold letters, who can embody the role of researcher? And I think there are so many folks in the chat who have a real plethora of questions kind of digging into that. So now it's my pleasure to let everyone know that we have the privilege of spending the next 15 or so minutes asking questions of the wonderful presenters who've really shared some really wonderful insights that I didn't think my brain was prepared for on a Friday afternoon. But when you hear things so wonderful from other disabled folks, it's amazing how much energy you can find on a Friday. So if you please put your your comments or questions in the chat, and I will read them out and ask our wonderful panelists. I'll just touch on the last comment that Caitlin made in the chat, saying, really appreciate the calling out of that assumption of fragility too. This idea that as disabled people, we shouldn't be allowed to assess and choose our own risks is really insidious, which is a great comment. And definitely interesting when thinking about the institutional setting and going through ethics and how that adds layers to that experience. Okay, well, maybe I'll start off with my own question selfishly to start us off. Jenny, I know that BS is no longer with us and had to dash out, but I'd love to hear from you first of all, I think it's so interesting that your topic was about being contained in boxes, and then we're on Zoom where we're all in little boxes, right? But how did you approach that idea of kind of interacting in such a way. And I think it's such a wonderful example of collaboration. So I'd love to hear more about that process too.
Oh, so it's interesting because we've been together since as peers since through undergrad and honors and this whole PhD experience. So we've sort of I guess developed a kind of second language. He watched in my honors year, like tears streamed down my face every day, and didn't panic because that's just how it had to be. Yeah, so we sort of BS doesn't like to overscript things because he gets so much energy out of being in the moment, whereas I had to take some beta blockers and like script everything out just in case like everything just goes blank, which yeah, sometimes I lose all the words. Um, yeah, so I mean, we really wanted to demonstrate the frustration that we constantly experience, but also like as neurodivergent people, like we can, I find that we do away with all of the everyday niceties, the hello, how are you kind of things, and we're just like straight back into I caught and then talking about research and then maybe talking about a rejection or bows up for some awards tonight, and so just like wanting to demonstrate, I mean, like our the lived experience is so integrated with our research paths that it's just like this very complex ongoing conversation that like it makes sense to us and we can see all the nuances, and when we see one another's milestone presentations, we get it, but then you have people who are trying to tick off certain metrics to see if you hit all the rubric points and if you've included all the right documents. And yeah, so we wanted we wanted the panel to like reflect the inability to be boxed and contained. And BS also has experience through manuscript queries where he's got YA characters who have ADHD or obsessive compulsive disorder, and he's had feedback like we really need this to be made explicit, like your character isn't obviously disabled enough, um instead of just like letting it come through, which is, what we heard Clem talking about and Caitlin's wonderful articles. I think I probably went off topic.
That was fantastic. And also, I think that's the joy of talking about not being able to be boxed in. Every kind of little rabbit hole we go down is very thoughtful and purposeful and leads to our greater point, right? As Andy Jackson says in the chat here, off topic is always on topic. So I
Absolutely.
think the act of the box is really interesting then when considering your artistic practice of the shadow boxes too. Does
Oh, yes. I'm so these and this one is one that's happened this week just with like, sorry, it's very blurry in the camera. There's it's a poetics of catastrophic magnitude. Um and I sort of weave in and out of this. I'm mostly a nonfiction writer, creative. I love the creative critical, like Caitlin. Um, but sometimes I get stuck. Like I got stuck in the editing process of a manuscript that I was writing with and through my diaries and my mother's diaries from 20 years ago. And when I was editing the words, I think we were having a little chat about editing and the violence of editing. It actually, I felt like it was a violence to edit my mother's words. I couldn't do it. And so I stepped back and I ended up making these shadow boxes out of like archival materials, hers, mine, which spoke to the themes of the manuscript. So it's been a way of engaging with the manuscript without actually being hands-on and knowing that things are maybe percolating when the time comes, when I mean, it's been almost 20 years since she died, but there's still this like I'm dealing with this emotion through the writing and research process. So yeah, the boxes are just like a different mode. I'm still writing, but I'm crafting.
Yeah, and I'd love you to loop you into this too, Clem, about as you were talking about the difference between fiction and non-fiction, which I think is so interesting. Do you have any thoughts too around editing and perhaps the violence of editing, particularly as you have acted as an editor of the collection, but then also working as a writer in that sense too?
Yeah, look, I mean, I was very lucky when I published my memoir. I was working with, I don't believe that the editor was neurodivergent, but it was a very, I felt very safe in that process. However, other experiences that I had had back when I was, doing more digital journalism, it was something that we were really was front and center for me and Joe to make the process as neuroaffirming and safe for the writers as possible. And that looked really different essay to essay. Like some people who are professional writers, very used to that process, just kind of didn't have any requests. But then there were others for whom, for example, one writer, we did changes on their essay via voice note. So they would, talk into their phone, send me that, I'd transcribe it. Then I'd kind of come back to them and say, how do you feel like this is looking, when I would make the changes based on what they had said or sort of written through their voice notes. There were others where we would discuss changes over the phone or, in the comments in like a Google Docs. And I think for the most part, that was a good experience for the writers, which we were really pleased with. And it was an interesting experience as an editor because obviously, we have our own kind of preferences in terms of how we work. So, being autistic ourselves, like that was an interesting kind of jumping into different modes. It's the classic thing. You get a whole bunch of autistic people together and we often have very clashing needs. So sort of shifting gears was interesting. But yeah, I think it's a huge thing. And, a lot of the conversation in the chat has been really interesting about that. And particularly, it's way out of scrolling distance now, but someone was talking about Erin Manning talking about that process of kind of translating for the neurotypical. And it is something that I think, as there's more of an expectation of that in nonfiction, I think. Like, I think even with someone like me, where there was sort of an understanding that the bulk of the audience was probably also going to be autistic or neurodivergent or disabled or know someone who was, we still had to explain key terms in the introduction and kind of set the scene so that then the writers could just kind of go for it. But with fiction, it's kind of interesting. And I suppose it will be interesting to see what happens, God forbid if I ever try and publish these short stories, like, do I go to an editor that I know or that I have existing relationships with who understands what aspects of my practice are intentional and what aspects need help in terms of just a straightforward editing process? Because I think that's the other thing. Part of the editing process for someone like me was clarifying with the writers, was saying, is this an intentional, is this sentence intentionally long as a kind of creative act autistically, or is it just long? Like, do you want us to cut it? So there were often moments where, and it was the same with my PhD, certain things that I would try and argue were like autistic, where my supervisors would be like, I don't know if you can get away with that. So yeah, I think without that explanatory framework that you have or that you can have in nonfiction, it will be really interesting to see if things like repetition, excessive detail in inverted commas, sort of pedantic levels of list making, like if that will be perceived to be intentional as autistic in form or so-called bad writing. And sometimes it is bad, sometimes the first draft sucks, and that's not necessarily like a failure of autistic practice. But yeah, I think it's definitely, I think it's one of the reasons why it's taken me a while to kind of make that shift from non-fic to fiction, because it feels like I have more of an opportunity to kind of intentionally go, what I am actually doing with my writing. And it's not my job anymore. That's the other thing. You know, when I was a digital journalist, that was my day job. So I kind of didn't have a choice. Whereas now, you know, I have a day job and I can kind of think, all right, well, what do I want to do with my writing, and how long, you know, is that going to take? I don't know. I could be one of those people that makes my fiction debut at 75 at this rate. But yeah, I hope that kind of answers the question.
That was fantastic. And I think it really speaks to the kind of wonder that happens when either disabled or autistic people are in a room together and take the time to ask each other questions about their process and create their own method for editing and creating together. Yeah, I'm really excited to go and read all of the books you suggested. I'd read some, but now I'm going to have to reread them. And that kind of seems to be a consensus in the chat too, that a lot of people are saying no questions. So I think our presenters are just so wonderful and thought of every opportunity, but so many things to process and things to read. And he said, my brain's a bit overfull, so no questions, just huge thanks. Your ideas and provocations will sink in gradually over time, which is such a beautiful way to word it. Speaking of that idea of like disabled research methods too, I'd love to throw a question to Juan and Christian about, I love the critique of the disabled body in enacting or being perceived to not be able to enact those research methods. I wonder if there is, have you thought about, or is there any kind of thing you'd like to comment on about what a disabled body brings to research methods that a non-disabled body doesn't, and what that can do for research?
Well, we firmly believe that precisely the idea is to challenge that that perception that ethnography has, or in general, social methods have generally have to be done, but fully able bodies. You know, I believe that there is a problem, especially when what you write is used to create public policy, or to take that writing as a point of authority. We believe that precisely we have to go further away of thinking that there is a invisible or omnipotent point of view, and precisely that we need to invite other voices, or no, not invite. They come and they challenge, they crush, they produce ruptures into these kind of ways. One example that we wanted to highlight precisely was with the centenarians, how shocked we were when these anthropologists were dealing with someone that had a neurodiversity, and the first intention was to correct, was to ask to the interview, hey, you have to be coherent, hey, you have to speak faster, to someone that has 100 years old. I mean, for us is impossible to grasp. It's like, especially because anthropology claims themselves to be, hey, we are very welcoming, you know, but at the same way, the things that are non-said in our methodologies are really violent. So trying to answer your question, what I believe is that precisely the diversity of bodies and ways of thinking precisely will show how arbitrary these methodologies are being used, and on the contrary, will expand and in one way help us understand that the idea is not to give a full picture, but to try to piece different pictures from different point of views, you know? So one thing we want to highlight is, okay, let's move away from this ocular centrism, this idea that we must be coherent in
Thanks so much, Juan. And I think that's the most perfect note to end on, is to crush and produce ruptures. Yeah, that's going to be staying with me all weekend. So thank you everyone for your time and for what you shared both in the chat and our lovely presenters. It's now my pleasure to be able to let Jess and Amanda take over and conclude this wonderful symposium.